Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we are about to start our program officially. My name is Cordia Chambers Johnson. I am the project coordinator for this beautiful project, and later on, I will tell you more about it. The project is entitled Innovative Approaches to the Development of Children with Intellectual Disabilities. Now, before we proceed, I just want us to be on some mutual grounds. So I'm going to take this opportunity to invite you to take out your cell phones. If you have a phone, let me see it. Is it a smartphone or is it a banger? Or is it a yam? All right. So if you have taken out your phone, and some of you have 2 and 3, can also take them out. I'm going to ask you to just put them on silent or vibrate. All right? And if you also think that you have done so already, I'm going to invite you to double check. Because sometimes you do it and mysteriously, these phones are so smart, they take themselves off silent. All right. I hear a little bit of silence, so it seems like the phones are on silent. All right. So going forward, we have, I think each person would have had a program in their folder. And you have all been registered. I also want to take this opportunity to say good morning to our colleagues who are watching us online. So we're going by program. I'm going to invite Dr. Shakisha Wilson-Scott to bring welcome. Then she will be followed by Dr. Nicolette Henry. My apologies, I have missed Dr. Nicolette Henry from the Inter-American Development Bank. And then immediately following Dr. Henry, I'm going to ask Mrs. Charmaine Edmondson Nelson to just say a few words. She has been instrumental in this project, and she would not escape coming up here today once she entered this premise. All right, so we'll follow in that order. Thank you.
Good morning. So I welcome and acknowledge in the room. Thank you, Mrs. Chambers Johnson. I acknowledge Miss Nicolette Henry from the IDB, Senior Health Specialist and current team lead. Dr. Ken Hoyt, our neuropsychologist. I acknowledge as well Mrs. Charmaine Edmondson Nelson, who just learned that she will be speaking as well. And that's simply because she was the former project lead and visionary. And I also indicated to her that she'll be partner as well, continuing in other areas. I acknowledge Dr. Donna Wright who is an early childhood education specialist. I acknowledge our teachers. I acknowledge our VIPs. Who are our VIPs? Oh, okay, so now I've been put in a corner. I've been told all of us. So we are all VIPs. Let me stay in the safe zone. We are all VIPs, but I want to acknowledge in particular our very important parents and their children. On behalf of the JAID Board of Management, on behalf of staff, on behalf of the Executive Director, Mrs. Marilyn McCoy, welcome. So I am not going to be giving you a depth in terms of the project, but just to acknowledge that one of the things that stands out for this project is the parent-centered approach. And because of that and that uniqueness, we're expecting that this will go a far way. At the center of it all, when you partner with parents, you have sustainability, you have continuation, you have ownership. And so we are happy with the fruits of this project thus far. I am happy to see you in this room. It speaks volumes. And we look forward to hearing hereafter and seeing as well the continued evidence of the success stories. No doubt about it. We'll hear some of that today. And so I just want to again welcome you and invite you to have an excellent day in terms of what is to be shared and what is to be achieved. All the best. I know this is day 2, so we're just continuing from what has already begun. Thank you. Miss Henry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure and honor to be here this morning. Let me, of course, begin by recognizing all the other presenters, and that protocol has already been established, our teachers, and of course, our parents and their children. I congratulate all of you for what you have been doing so far and for the great work that you have been able to accomplish. I wish to place on record the IDB's thanks to the organizers for inviting us, and in this instance, me, to bring these remarks on behalf of the IDB. Today would not have been possible without the collective commitment and partnership to support through the technical cooperation between the Jamaica Association of Intellectual Disabilities Limited and the Inter-American Development Bank, acting in its capacity as administrator of the Japan Special Fund. This innovative approach to the development of children with intellectual disabilities is an excellent example of stakeholders working together for the common good of Jamaica's overall development and the educational vision that every child can learn and every child must learn. We know that learning is a dynamic, lifelong journey that requires all hands on deck. And for that reason, the interaction here this morning with parents as one of the key stakeholders in the development of their child's educational journey is very crucial. This symposium also builds on some of the work that was already done with parents and caregivers through this initiative, such as training in sleep therapy, prompting strategy, the use of interactive acts, psychological side to address stress and anxiety. It is encouraging to know that this technical cooperation facilitated training also for teachers, of course, family members, and the staff of the Jamaican Association of Intellectual Disabilities, and certainly for the children with disabilities themselves. I want to say that the similar efforts to support teachers was also a very commendable one, as I am aware through this initiative that support was provided to teachers, which, as you know, is important, as children with disabilities and young adults have been disadvantaged in terms of attending school and also in other ways. And in some instances, I am aware that children attended special institutions that kept them separated, where they were often unable to develop their abilities and acquire the knowledge to lead an independent life. And in many settings, this still holds true. So it is good to see that the Jamaican Association of Intellectual Disabilities Limited have been working to prepare, support, and train teachers in various approaches to include assistive technology, also in prompting strategies, use of apps, and basic literacy and numeracy approaches for children with intellectual disabilities. On that note, I say teachers, like parents, are absolutely vital for offering quality educational opportunities to all students. And before I leave this podium, I want to say that this initiative and this approach in particular today is well aligned to our vision at the IDB for Jamaica and the region to have a brighter future, underpinned by universal access to quality education while ensuring sustainable human development approaches. And we are pleased to work with partners towards that vision. Again, thank you for inviting the IDB to participate in this symposium. The Inter-American Development Bank looks forward to continued partnership in supporting transformation of education for national development here again. I thank you and I wish you a successful and impactful symposium on initiative approaches to the development of children with intellectual disabilities. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I've been pounced on suddenly, so I'm totally unprepared. But I'm happy to have the opportunity to even say a few words this morning related to this project that is so dear to my heart. This opportunity just reminds me of a scripture which says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have." And the hope that I have is that this project will result in parents being empowered to help their children who have intellectual disabilities to progress, to grow, to be better, for parents to know that their children are worth the effort, that their children are just as important as any other child, to not leave them behind, to not lock them away, that teachers will know how to support children with intellectual disabilities to help them to develop and grow in the way that they can. I'm just very hopeful. The vision that I had for this project came from the fact that I am a parent of an adult now with intellectual disabilities. My son is 24 years old, so you can see the hope that I have. He went to Randolph Lopez School of Hope and later to Genesis Academy. So I've had experience many years of working with Randolph Lopez. At one point, I was the president of the PTA. So I'm very embedded, and I encourage you parents to also make yourselves very embedded in the lives of your children, in the school, and what's happening in the school. I just thank JAID for pushing through with this very important groundbreaking project. We hope to be able to influence and impact Jamaica in terms of how children with intellectual disabilities are supported in a school setting. I have to thank the IDB for giving me the opportunity to actually lead this project. I now left the IDB in December, so I was so happy to be here this morning, to be invited to be here this morning. So, with my few words, I just want to say thank you. Thanks to Dr. Hoyt, thanks to Marilyn McCoy, to Cordia. I just thank you all for your hard work on this. And parents, have an excellent, exciting, rewarding day. Learn what you can. Continue to have hope. Your children can be better. They will be better. And they're a gift from God. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. I'm very happy nobody else came. I'm very happy that you're here. And I know that you have been looking forward to the results of this project. And I'm hoping that today we will be able to demonstrate a lot of the things that we have been doing over the past 2 years. At this time, we are going to be practicing what we have been practicing. And they said practice makes, but I say practice makes progress. All right. So at this time, I'm going to invite you to stand. If you can stand, I'm going to invite you to stand. All right. And then I'm going to invite Dr. Hoyt, use this microphone, to take you through one of the exercises that we have taught the parents and the teachers. All right?
All right. So, good morning, everyone. And I'll be up there at the podium shortly. But we're going to very quickly breathe, right? So we're going to do what's called the physiological sigh. So we're going to take 2 short breaths in through the nose, right? Not yet. I'm demonstrating, right? So in through the nose, and then a long exhale. And you're going to exhale as much air as you can. And then you're going to repeat that again. So it's 2 quick in through the nose, 1 long exhale, and then repeat. And so it will look like this. All right, so ready? Let's try it together. Go. All right, and now we're going to quickly stretch. You're going to take your arms up and put them all the way up as high as you can go, as high as you can go. Touch the ceiling, touch the sky, touch heaven. Up, 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 up. Take your right arm and go to the right. All the way to the right, all the way to the right. Left arm all the way to the left. And down as far as you can go. If you can touch the floor. If you can't, it's okay. Go all the way down. Stretch, stretch, stretch. And take a deep breath. Okay, and now you're ready for learning, right? And now you're ready to sit and listen, and I'm gonna present to you some things, but I appreciate that your children have been doing some of this in their classrooms in different iterations, and some of this has been implemented at home as well. And so, Cordia, should I just transition to that mic? Okay. All right, so good morning. And I want to start off by first thanking all of the parents and the families for being here on a Saturday morning. There are so many places that you could be. There are so many things that you probably have to get done. As someone who works a lot, I do value the weekend because the weekend is the time where I get everything done that I need to do, including all of the things my wife has on my list of to-do list. And so I'm pleased to see the turnout. I'm happy you are here. And it speaks volumes to how much you care for your child and how much you want the best for them. In addition to the parents, I obviously have to thank the children. There are only 1 or 2 children here, but thank you. And please let your children know we are thankful. I want to thank every single one who has made this possible. I've been working on this project now for about 2 years. And I want to thank the IDB. I want to thank JAID. I want to thank the Japan Association or Japan Fund for Poverty, who made the funding available. And I really want to take time to thank Ms. Edmondson Nelson because this is really her vision. And I remember long ago when we first met via Zoom, she took the time out to explain her story and the story of her child who, as she said, is now an adult. And the lack of services and support that he had access to. And she was so very interested in the outcomes of other children. And so this project is really the brainchild of Miss Edmondson Nelson. So if we could just give her a round of applause. I also want to take time to thank Miss Cordia Chambers because she operates in sometimes what is a thankless role, and that is the coordinator of this project. And she has to coordinate with me, who I have a crazy schedule, and she's emailing me and WhatsApping me, and we're going back and forth. She has to coordinate with the parents, with the parent coordinators. She has to coordinate with the teachers. She has to coordinate with the audio-visual stuff. She has to plan all of this stuff, and oftentimes, you know, she'll send an email very early or very late, and just knowing that she's working on this nonstop. Thank you, Cordia, and if we could just give Cordia a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. Today, I'm just going to sort of recap a little bit some of what we've done, some of the things that we've done, some of the progress that we've made, remind you of why we're doing some things. And before I really get started, I really want to highlight and point out how innovative and special this project is, right? And it's an intervention and it's a pilot, so it's in its first iteration. But I'll share with you, even back home in New York, when I share with individuals what we're doing here, I get a lot of side eyes because they go, why are you doing that in Jamaica and you're not doing that in New York, right? And so we've done a number of different things back home that incorporates all of these different pieces. But to have an intervention that brings the families, that brings the teachers, that has the parent mentor, that has the classroom supplies, that has the apps on the tablets, all of these things together has not been done anywhere in the world. So I want you to understand that you are at the foundation of something that is really unique and really special. And again, I get a lot of side eyes. Well, I have a child here in New York. Why are you traveling to Jamaica to do this? Well, Jamaica invited me, and Jamaica said, you know, I can come with my team and we can do this. And so we're really excited, and I'm actually excited to take a lot of what we've done here and being able to expand it is going to be really special, and it's a really great opportunity. So thank you all, and just understand that you're sort of sitting in a great space of history. And everything that you've done and that your child has done is going to benefit not only them, but it's going to benefit future generations of children here on the island of Jamaica. So give yourselves a round of applause. So I want to just give you a quick recap of neuroscience and neuroplasticity in 2 slides, right? So I'm going to give you my whole PhD in about 2 slides in about 5 minutes, right? And these are things that I want you to take with you as you go, take with you as you grow with your children, take with you and share, right? And these are things that you'll remember. Firstly, all brains can change. Every brain of every child, every adult can change. So you never want to look at a situation or look at a child and think there's no hope. Every single brain can change. That's first. All children can learn. And it's important when you look at learning that you don't just compare what your child or with what a child is learning to other children. You want to compare it to that child. And sometimes the changes are incrementally small. Sometimes the changes are not changes that are these big, huge changes that you might expect, but they may be small. But you want to appreciate those changes and understand that those changes mean progress, and those changes mean that you want to keep working and keep pushing. And from all accounts, you know, the things that I've heard firsthand from the teachers yesterday was really great to see some of the individual progress that these children have made. And I just want to remind you that all brains can change, all children can learn. Next, all learning is experience dependent. So what does that mean? You want to give your child experiences and access to things that will teach them. And so this intervention was really unique in the sense that it gave them access to a number of different things. So that little breathing technique that we did at the beginning, the physiological side, is something that they've been doing in classrooms, something that you can do with them at home and should be doing with them at home, something that they will eventually learn to do on their own, but it puts you in a place and space for learning. It allows you to reduce some anxiety. It allows you to sort of reset. Some of you might take this and use this when you're about to get into an argument. You might find yourself going off to the side, breathing, right? And so these things are wonderful, and sometimes you see the immediate impact of it, but that is actually changing your brain chemistry and allowing your brain to function in a particular way. So it's not that we're doing this just to do it, or we're doing it because it feels good or allows us to perform better. We're doing it because that actually sets the stage in the brain. It allows more oxygen into the brain, so the brain is better prepared, right? In the middle of a behavioral crisis or a meltdown, or in the middle of a very stressful situation, that can oftentimes be the difference between a child going off on a tangent or off on a rant or having a meltdown, and them being able to stay on task a little bit longer. And then I have this small little picture of a brain, and in the background is a little house. And I put experiences build the architecture of the brain, right? And so everything that you experience in your life has built the architecture of your brain. We've all had different experiences, and this is why people's brains are not identical, because they don't have the exact same experiences. But your child's brain is currently being built. It's like a house being built, and we're just at the beginning stages. Many of your children are 8 and 9 years old, some of them 10 years old. We're just setting the foundation. And those of you who have built homes or know about building homes, you know that the foundation is the most important part. And so these years, and this time frame is the most important part for brain development. And so with that, there's a time frame called the critical period, right? And so the critical period refers to the time when a child's brain is most ready to learn. Your children are now in that critical period. It's really from birth to about 10, 11, 12 years old, where the brain is most ready to learn. You want to give them as much as you can in that time frame. And so that's why it's important. And later today, we'll talk about next steps. We'll talk about scaling this up. We'll talk about what this will look like going forward. But it is very important for you to continue working with your children, for them to continue working with their teachers, to ensure that this architecture or this foundation is really being set. And it will provide them with the opportunity for some lifelong learning and making lifelong connections. Brain development continues for a lifetime. So although this critical period extends to about 11 years old, your brain continues to change. And unfortunately, as we get older, our brain begins to go in the opposite direction, right? And so we begin to lose some things, but only when we're very, very, very old, right? There's a lot of information on this slide, but the number one point is the most important thing. Brains are built, not born. Brains are built, not born. So children are born with a particular brain, with particular things going on, but all of the experiences and all of the things that you do as parents are the things that build that brain. And so wherever your child is at today does not mean that is where your child will be years from now. And it's important to keep that in mind, especially now that they're in this critical period. We want to constantly continue giving them access to the things we've been working with, and give them more, continue doing your own research, continue leaning on JAID, continue leaning on the teachers to use the supports, continue using any of the opportunities that JAID presents to you to continue building that brain of your child. So getting back to the intervention, just to remind you and recall, we sort of took a three-pronged approach. We have the child, we have the parent, and then we have the school support and services. And so built into that third one are the schools, the teachers, the parent mentors, and all of the items and manipulatives that were given to the schools as part of the project. And again, this is not normal. This is not something that's just done. I don't go home to New York and say, oh, this is typically done. These are things that people wish they could get, a three-pronged approach that brings these three areas together. Typically what you see in research is you see a focus on one area. Sometimes you may see two of the areas interconnected. But to have three areas all working simultaneously to help build this house, right, and we're using the analogy of the house, I think it's important to understand that you're really setting the stage for, like I said, a strong foundation, right? So imagine you're building a house and you have just one worker, but now we have three workers. Three workers who have three different specialties who are all working toward the same goal, but doing things a little bit differently. It's going to make the process a little quicker, and it's going to allow for a lot of great things to happen. And that's sort of what we've been seeing. Again, to recap the overview of the project, we initially started with 60 children. And as Ms. Chambers explained to the teachers yesterday, the challenge was, in the original design, there would be children in the classroom who were not receiving the same support and tools as other children. And that brought about some level of disparity. And so we were able to include all of the children in the classrooms, which means we had to do a little bit more work, but we ended up with about 87 students. They were assessed, and we measured a number of different things between myself, my team, who's worked really hard, as well as Ms. Levers and JAID, things like IQ, expressive and receptive language, communication, academic skills and literacy, social development, memory and visual memory, adaptive skills, comorbidity. All of these things were examined, right? And again, I want to bring you back to how unique this is. Typically, in an intervention, they may pick one particular area. They may say, okay, we're going to look at expressive and receptive language, and that is all we're going to focus on. And we brought in a number of different areas, and so we're looking at a lot. These baseline assessments that we took were used to identify learning and developmental needs and really differentiate a plan for your child. So not all children did the same thing. And I think it's also important to underscore, in addition to the design being this three-pronged approach that's really unique, what else makes this intervention really unique is that it's really designed to meet the needs of a particular child. So if a particular child really has an interest in music or singing, we'll use music or singing. And many of the children fall into that category. If special interest in a particular part of the intervention, they're allowed to focus on it, right? So for example, a story came about yesterday of a child who was using the magnetic writing tool and how they used it every day, every single day. And that's all they wanted to use. And they were so hyper-focused on it. But in turn, that improved their ability to write and trace. And it just showed that we didn't say, well, you can only do this for 10 minutes because that's it. That's what the intervention says. It allowed for a lot of flexibility. And I think one of the biggest challenges with interventions in general is that oftentimes it's a cookie cutter approach. You get a script, you get a page, and it says, do this with this child for this amount of time, and we're gonna see what happens. And this intervention, not only is it broad, it allows for a lot of flexibility so that it's able to meet the needs, the unique, different needs of individual children. So when you think about intellectual disability, and I've given you my sort of neuroplasticity 101, when you think about an intellectual disability and what an intellectual disability is, it really is characterized by significant limitations in two areas, one of them being intellectual functioning and the other one being adaptive behavior. But remember, these two things are not stagnant. These two things don't mean just because this is your score today, this is your score for life, right? These two things can change. Right? It doesn't mean that a child won't always be diagnosed as having an intellectual disability, but there's a broad spectrum. And the goal of all of this is to just move the child forward and have them perform optimally to their individual max. And so what's interesting about some of the findings, and as we speak, we're continuing to collect data, and we have to sort of do our post-intervention assessments, look at all of the data, but what you'll find is that some children may progress more than others simply because that child's brain is different. I wanted to give you a cartoon visual of a brain just to show you sort of what we're working with. And the entire brain is involved in much of what we're doing, but that area in the front of the brain called the frontal lobe, the pink shaded area, is an area that is really involved in children with intellectual disabilities. And much of what we did was addressing functioning in the frontal lobe. And so, for example, one of the things we really wanted to focus on was getting children engaged and interested in the intervention. Again, there are many interventions where they give you a piece of paper or they give you an instruction and it's not interesting, it's not engaging, and the children as a result are not as focused on it as they need to be to show progress. And so with this particular intervention, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on was getting children interested and allowing them to operate within their interests. So if a child was really interested in engaging with the apps on the tablet, it allowed for that. If the children had a particular, and on the table in the back, they have a display of all the things that were given to the classrooms, but if a child had a particular interest in one of those, they were given the opportunity to explore that. And the frontal lobe deals with things like executive functioning or sort of planning, thinking, organizing, attention, problem solving, emotions, behaviors, all of these things, and I'm making it very simple because it's a lot more complicated, but all of those things are essentially controlled by the frontal lobe. And so I just wanted to give you a visual of the area, that pink shaded area of brain functioning that we were looking to address as a part of this study. We talked a little bit about critical periods already. There were a number of categories that children were assigned to, 9 different categories, and these categories were sort of broken down based first on verbal ability, because children, a part of the intervention, were at what we categorize as 3 different verbal levels. The first one being nonverbal, not having more than 5 words that they were able to sort of use to communicate. Verbal ready was the second group, children who had some speech to communicate and had some ability to use words. And then fully verbal, children who may not have mastered the English language, but used a number of words, could communicate in short sentences, could tell you what they want, what they need, with ease, using more than just single words. And then once we broke it down into those 3 verbal categories, we sort of focused on, well, what was the primary concern within that category? Is it the autism spectrum? Is it attention? Is it some other behavioral issue that might be going on or sensory issue that might be going on? And we sort of broke them down into one of these groups, and these groups were given a specific intervention design, and they were given specific intervention instructions. And so again, not every child was given the cookie cutter, this is what you do, because all your children are different. And every story that you hear from our parents later will probably be different. At the beginning, we did the physiological side. That's what it's called. I believe in your folder, Ms. Chambers has printed out a copy of this, so you have a copy of this going forward so that you can remind yourself how it goes. We did it here in 5 seconds, but you have this going forward, so if you want to practice it, I encourage you to use it with your children, to work on it with them, and it gives you the quick instruction on how to do it. Prompting strategies are other strategies that are placed in your folder, and you probably can't see it well because it's really small. I didn't need you to read all of this here anyway, but the prompting strategies are the strategies that were used in the classroom, and these were the strategies that teachers use to sort of assist your children. And so one of the things that research has shown over the years is that prompting is a really important way to get children to learn. And so what do I mean by prompting? Prompting is essentially giving a clue or giving a little bit of support to help a child get an answer. And one of the challenges that we face as loving adults is that when a child needs something, we want to give them the answer, right? When they tell you they're hungry, you just start guessing. You say, oh, well, what do you want, rice? You want bread? What do you want? And they eventually will say yes, as opposed to giving them the space and time to begin to articulate what it is that they want and giving them a clue, right? So if they want bread, instead of saying, well, you want the bread? And so we can just move on and get this done, it's like, well, what do you want? And do you want the and seeing if we can begin to give them prompts and clues. And so you can do that verbally, but you can also do it with gestures. You can also doing with physical prompts. So when they want something, giving them assistance to sort of help them, well, what exactly is it that you want, right? And so the instructions for that are here. Those are some of the tools that the teachers were using and strategies that the teachers were using in the classroom. But as we scale this up and as we move forward, one of the things that we're really going to want to see is to see parents begin to do this at home as well. And then finally, well, I forgot I put this slide in there last minute. So the prompts that I just gave you, it's important to use the prompts because it helps you get success, right? So when you have success in something, it really motivates you to keep going. And so all of you know this from life experiences. If there's something that you're successful at or that you do and you find, oh, wow, I did that, it motivates you and gives you what you need to continue doing it. But when you do something and immediately there's failure, and you might try again and again and you keep failing, at some point you're gonna say, you know what, this is not for me. And children are the same way. And so you want them to have a lot of positive learning experiences. You want them to have success. And so with prompting, you're allowed to give them the appropriate support, the support that they need to get to success. And so it's like every time they're trying to do something, even if they get stuck, you now have the tools to give them the support that they need to get success, and then it becomes rewarding. So for example, you think about a child with literacy, and you're working on the initial steps or stages of literacy, and they continue to fail. At some point, they don't want to do this anymore. And they see you coming with a flashcard or see you coming with a book, they run the other way. They want no parts of it because it showed itself to be hard, not fun, perhaps you getting frustrated, and them ultimately failing. And so you want to set up experiences where they constantly get success, right? And so going a little bit off on a tangent, off the slide, when you think about school, some of you may have been great students and love school. And there are others of you who may not have loved school at all, right? A lot of that love for school or disregard for school comes from your experiences. And if you have really positive experiences with teachers, with your peers, with the materials you're learning, it encourages you and you want to do it more. And that's not just by chance, that's because of your brain. Because the brain releases a chemical called dopamine. And anytime you are satisfied with something, your brain releases dopamine. If you eat a really good slice of cake, you're gonna release dopamine. If you have a really great experience with your brother or sister or cousin and you enjoy and you're sharing a laugh, dopamine is being released and your brain is being soaked in dopamine. And all of these things make you want it more. It makes you want a good laugh. It makes you want a good slice of cake. All of the things that bring you pleasure make dopamine release from your brain. And so you want your children essentially to have positive experiences because the more positive experiences they have, the more smiles, the more good jobs, the more high fives, the more positivity, the more dopamine is released while learning. And if you can continually soak their brains in dopamine while they learn, then they'll want to learn more. And a lot of times what happens with children with intellectual disabilities is that they don't have great experiences. And it doesn't happen just with children with intellectual disabilities. It happens with children without intellectual disabilities. There are children who go to school and they have a teacher who isn't supportive, who doesn't give them positive experiences, who doesn't make learning fun, who doesn't make it engaging. Eventually, they don't want to go to school anymore. They say, I don't want to go to school. Why? Because they're not having these positive experiences over and over again. And it's most important early on during this critical period from birth to 10, 11 years old. And so now is the time that you want every learning experience to be positive for your child. And we're gonna work with you continually. It's gonna be part of the manual, sort of how you continue to give them these positive experiences at home. The teachers will be doing it in school, but every time they learn, we want it to be a positive experience, whether they finish that particular day having learned anything or not. We want it to be a positive experience. You want them to feel good about themselves and good about the interaction that they had with you. And then finally, the apps. You were all issued the tablets, and the tablets were provided with apps. Sort of have your children use the apps. One of the questions that came up a number of times yesterday is, well, what will happen going forward, and what about children who are a little bit more high functioning? Because some children, they initially were interested in the apps, they interacted, and they made a lot of progress, and then they needed more, or that it became so repetitive and they got so good at it that the games became too easy. So there are a couple of things to that point. You want to continuously repeat things, right? The more you do things with success, the stronger connections they make in the brain. So even if a child gets to the point where they can do something with ease, it's still important for them to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it because it really gets etched in the brain. But in addition to that, on that handout that you have in your flyer, there's a list of some other free and low-cost apps that you may want to download with a little explanation for them that you can download onto your phones or your own personal tablets going forward. And then at the end of all of this, one of the tasks that myself and my team has been given is that we are going to provide a manual, a parent manual, a teacher manual, so that once we get all the data and we're able to take all the information, we're able to sort of look at what worked, what didn't work, what needs to be tweaked or revised, you'll be given a manual that you'll be able to go in, and included in that manual will be a list of applications that you may download to a mobile device that you may be interested in for all levels of children, children who are high functioning, low functioning, and every level in between. So, as I sort of get to the end, and I'm going to transition to my colleague, Dr. Wright, who is a mentor of mine, who is an early childhood education literacy specialist, amongst other things. I think it's important for us to sort of think about the progress, think about the things that, and we're going to be getting feedback from you, the things that worked and what didn't work, so that we can really tweak this. Because like I said, you're at the ground of something that is going to be here for generations. And our goal is to really make sure, and this came up a bunch yesterday, the goal is once this project is over, we want it to be able to be sustainable here in Jamaica without me, without my colleagues, for it to be able to operate within JAID at the school so it can be repeated over and over for generations to come, and that children with intellectual disabilities are really getting the support that they need at an early age. And so I'll be back up again a little bit later to talk about next steps, to talk about some publications that we're thinking about, and some other things to think about going forward. But my colleague is gonna come up. I think, okay, Ms. Chambers, who is the director of this ship, is going to tell us what we're going to do next.
So I'll stay right here. Thank you, Dr. Hoyt. So before we go to anything else, I just want to find out if anyone has, no, let me not do it that way because then we won't get to eat break. I'll take 3 questions, a maximum of 3 questions for Dr. Hoyt, because after this, we're gonna go for a 15-minute break, then we come back and then we'll have Dr. Wright to share with us her classroom experience. So I'm opening the floor at this time for 3 questions for Dr. Hoyt. So just say your name and the unit you represent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Presenters and fellow parents. My name is George Kelly. My child Abigail, she attends the Maxfield Primary Unit of Randolph Lopez School of Hope. Question, Dr. Hoyt, and before I get to the question, thank you. This was a life-changing experience, and it continued to be. The assessment that were done, as parents, I would love to get the encouragement of the assessment before the program and the assessment of the child after.
Okay, and that is a great question and comment, and thank you for your participation. I remember your daughter well, and I remember you from the first day we met. And so thank you for your continued support. For the parents, the information will be readily available on how they did at the beginning and how they did at the end and what improvements we're seeing. They'll have access to all of that. And so, as I mentioned, we're still getting all of the data and information that we need, but at the end of this, you will have access to that for your daughter.
Okay, I see the hands are almost brought. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shamoy Brown. My child attends Windsor in Greater Portmore. His name is Robin Smith. My question is, what's next? After the program ends, what's next? So what can the parents look forward to for their children after the program ends?
So that is one of the questions of the day. We will address that a little bit later, but just to give you a very short snippet of what's next, the goal is to have your child continuing with their support. And we're going to work as hard as we can, and Cordia and Jade will be working as hard as they can to see what's feasible to continue and making sure that they continue receiving support. And the teachers, we're leaving them with this information. And the goal, and we'll talk a little bit later about this as well, is that the teachers here, we will be selecting a group that will be given the mantle to carry forward and continue to train other teachers and continue to work with parents. And so the support will still be here, and they'll continue getting the support.
And then third and final question. No takers? Okay. That means silence means consent. We are consented to go to break. So we'll take, let's cut it to 10 minutes. We're behind schedule. We're trying to catch up with the schedule and to end before schedule. All right? So the break is at this room outside. So when you go through the door, the break is on your right here. So let's do it quickly and come back, all right? When we get back, we will have Dr. Donna Wright, high energy. You don't want to miss this. I'll tell you why. She has to come after the break, right? So no ethnic fatigue will take you. So let's do this quickly, parents and colleagues. Let's do this quickly, and we get back and we proceed with the program, all right? Stop now. So recently, I said to him, count to 100, man, count to 100. Then he said, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 4 years old, all right? So you see how the brain changes. 4 years old, and he's using wisdom on me, all right? So with that, I'm gonna count to 100, and then the break would have been broken. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. You're not joining me? 80, 90, 100. Amen? All right. So we are at an important point in the program that I think you are going to be very interested in, because at the end of the day, you really want to know how to continue supporting your child with or without the project, right? So right now, I introduce to you Dr. Donna Wright, the lady who can do the longest physiological sigh. Let's make welcome Dr. Wright to the podium.
Okay, that's better. Thank you so very, 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 very much. As I said yesterday, it is my absolute pleasure. You have no idea. Listen, when I come back to Jamaica, whenever I come to Jamaica, I see my father above me. He died a long time ago, saying, baby, give it to them. Do it so. So for me, this level of giving back is why my parents had me in New York, because the idea that was always in my head, that was placed in my, listen, everyone here has a Jamaican mother, right? When they say do something, so you understand. So the idea was always for us to be educated. Those of you, I may have shared with you, my family comes from Ulster Spring, Trelawney, okay? So you know I'm deadpan up in the hills. And the idea was always for us to give back, get all that we can, but Ulster Spring was always in our bones, period. I can climb trees. I know how to take ackee from the ackee tree. In fact, a couple of days I was there, and one of the things that we do, I saw my people do, is when you go to the land and you see nothing there. And this to me is the spirit of Jamaica. You see nothing there, and my uncle would say, hey, people, you don't see my family's here? So I started doing that because there was no ackee, and I said, maybe it'll work. Hey, you don't see I came here? Don't worry with my accent, I'm trying, okay? I'm not angry, so it's not straight. And I started saying that, and all of a sudden, I kid you not, 6 ackee pods opened up. I said, great, great. This is the spirit of Jamaica. This is the spirit of possibility. There's no such word as can't. That's when, they used to beat me bad. Well, they used to beat me anyway, because I was highly energetic as a child, to say the least. But there is that possibility that reigns, right? And what's nice about bringing this kind of project to Jamaica is that it evidences who we are, a people of possibility. I always say, if the world ends, I know where I'm coming. I know who I want to be around. My people. Why? I know I'm going to have lots of jokes. There's going to be lots of food because nobody can cook anything like a Jamaican woman. I'm just saying. It's true. But I want to tell you, I went to Ghana and they are similar But that's who we are. That's one of the people that we're from, right? So I know I'd have my food. I know I would have, if there's no light, somebody's gonna find a way to get light. If there's no water, somebody's gonna figure out where they should dig to get water. If it's cold, if you want a cold drink of water, they're gonna get some ice. Hopefully there's ice. They're gonna wrap the ice in a crocus bag. They're gonna put it in the earth and put the things on top of, oh, okay. So you see where I'm coming from, right? The place of possibility. So as I speak to you and I tell you the intervention, understand that we did it based upon possibility. Now, I am not a neuroscientist. So when I go like this, Dr. Hoyt knows he's gonna come in. We tried to work with 3 neurotransmitters. This is how specific we are. 3 neurotransmitters. Epinephrine, acetylcholine, and dopamine. He's already talked to you about dopamine, the idea of this reward. Epinephrine gives you that energy, right? That motivation that you bring to anything that you're learning. And acetylcholine gives us the focus. So those are the neurotransmitters that we try to work with. In addition to that, we told you, make sure your child gets sleep, because during sleep is when when synapses are, what word should I use? Formed. See, I have to go to someone just to make sure that I have it right. I'm not giving you wrong information. So then the question is then, what did we do and what did we ask the teachers to do? Another thing that we tried to work with is we knew that repetition, which Dr. Hoyt talked about, experiences builds synapses, which is the area between your different neurons, right? And we did that by giving experiences that were iterative, and I'm gonna explain what we mean. So we built from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. I'm gonna explain it to you because, see, you could do the same thing. The other thing we knew is that when 2 neurons are fired together, they become associated. And I'll give you a good example. So I gave it yesterday, so I'll give the same example. My favorite color is red. I don't wear it all the time, but it's really my favorite color. If I was a person that said, every time I wore a red dress, great things happened to me, what would I do?
Always wear it.
You would wear a red dress, right? You see sports people, and they have these nasty, disgusting socks that they put on all the time, no matter how disgusting they smell. But they do that because that's to them, because these 2 things were associated. So then the question is, what do we want to associate in the classroom? And Dr. Hoyt already said, it has to be fun. Now, before I even go into that, I have a little exercise for you because I have no behavior, okay? So I have a little exercise for you, but you're gonna help me because I can't find my phone, and I took out the phone, and I don't know where it is, but it's here somewhere. My favorite song, I Am a Promise. I wanna talk about patience. I've shared before that I have a son that was born blind, right? Do you think that stopped him from doing anything? No. It just made him worse. Okay? I'm telling you. He had my energy and could hardly see and didn't care. So he would just go out walking. I'm like, what are you doing? But I had to allow. Oh, I love this. Thank you so much. But I had to allow that. But there was times we know that we have children who have challenges. You know I know, okay? And I tell people my son was not allowed to cry for the first 10 years of his life. Now, just remember my background, okay? All my family is from Jamaica. So I was raised in a certain kind of way. And I had this little child, this little blessing, who wasn't allowed to cry for 10 years. And unfortunately, he had my ridiculous personality as a child, which means I want to go somewhere, I'm going to go, And I see your face, so you want to know what I did, okay? The physiological side was my friend, but also in my head, I know this song, and I'm going to encourage you all that those times when your children are driving you crazy, and we love them. We love our children. However, so the times when we don't have that much patience, what should we do? You know the song, I'm a Promise? Mm-hmm. So you can tell the child, now I'm going to make a joke. I'm just using you because you're right here, okay? I don't sing well, but I'm going to try. You are a promise. You are a possibility. You are a promise with a capital P. Potentiality. Hey, 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 hey. So when they start getting on our nerves, we can do it in different ways. We can do it in the nice way, or we can say like this, you are a promise. Because you want to get out some of the aggression, right? But instead of going, because everything that's fired together is together. So when we have those feelings, and I'm telling you that I know that I do, I could tell you stories, okay? We do that because we always want to put something on our children. We want to breathe life into our children. That's what we do as a people. That's how it is. Even when they're disgusting, there's always an aunt that you send them to. I lived with 4 different people in my family. They had to spread the love, right? But inside of that, always, and I'll say this, I lived with 4 different individuals in my family. I am a high school dropout. You know, my mother was trying to kill me, you know. I'm just saying. I went to 3 different high schools, and I'm here. So when we say that, and it wasn't that I was a bad child. I was just highly political, very early on. But no matter what, my mother always breathed that into me. What I'm saying to you, let's hear it one more time. There you go. With a capital P. With a capital P. So now what did we do in the class? And how do we bring this same energy in the class? Dr. Hoyt talked to you, discussed with you that we set up a particular environment. There was prompting. He's already explained what that was. We also, again, work with those 3 neurotransmitters, right? So one of the things that we did is that the lessons, I'll tell you the plan and I'll tell you what I saw, right? The plan was to do the physiological side, which you've already done. They've already told you that I do the longest physiological sides. I don't have to show that. It's not necessary, just believe them. And what that does is that it takes the CO2 out of your blood immediately. It works with the diaphragm. You can look it up. It works with the diaphragm. It takes that out, all the CO2, and immediately when you do it right, you get absolutely relaxed. Did you all get very relaxed when you did it? You know, my mind tells me I need to do it once with you all. Let's go. I'll just stop the shoe there because I can go on. But so don't go, no. I know that's what your children are doing, but you know, and you can't do it too much because you will get dizzy. So you just go out the mouth, slowly. Let me say out the mouth slowly. I don't know what you just did. I just stopped it for y'all. But that's what you do. And you take the breath out as slowly as possible. And immediately you will feel relaxed. Okay? So we did that. And then afterwards, we set up, this is what we wanted to do. we wanted to set up an exact 1 hour, 10 minutes apiece, 10-minute sessions apiece. So the first one dealt with letter recognition. If there were letters that the child didn't know, we would ask them to do patterns. And I'm gonna take you through another exercise, and you're gonna tell me what letter would come next. So let's say if the child had issues with lowercase r and b, not really seeing the curve and not really noticing that the line goes all the way up on the b. So the teachers would give them patterns. So let's say RRB, RRB, what comes next? RRB, right? So when you set up a pattern of expectation in the brain, it's easier, especially if you put a rhythm to it, especially with our children, you know, they love a rhythm for anything. So it's RRB, RRB, and they're writing RRB. Or if they don't have the ability to write very clearly because of these muscles here may be underdeveloped, or they may be ambidextrous. You know, with somebody who's able to write with both their right and the left hand, it takes them a little bit longer. So we may ask them to then pull and recognize letters. And it's the same R, R, B, R, R, B. That's one thing. Then afterwards, they do a stretch. They're supposed to do a stretch, but the teachers told me, we don't just do a stretch, dear. We do the physiological side too. Right, and that's okay, because it's flexible. You're a teacher, right? I'm just the consultant. I'm not in the class right there. And when I teach, I change things, right? So we did that. Then afterwards, they make the connection between the letters and the sounds. So there's a ABC chart. So now it was RRB, RRB. Now it's R, R, B, R, R, B, right? And the reason why we do it close together, because when things are closer together in that learning continuum, it's easy to remember it, and it's easy to know that these letters are actually associated with those sounds. When we do it further down the line, whether it's later in the day and it's broken up, it's not as salient, it's not as obvious of the connection. So we're not finished. Then we do the stretch. The teachers tell me we don't just do the stretch, you know, we do the physiological side and the stretch. So that happens. And then the next thing, so we have letters, we have sounds, and now we have to make words, right? So we give them some experiences in terms of making these words. So you put a cut in front of at, and what do you have? Hold on. Let me go again. Let me do a different word. You put a but in front of at, and what do you have? Okay. You put a sa in front of at, and what do you have? What is happening here? What is happening here? Okay. But you get the idea of what I'm saying. So we did the letters, we did the sounds, we did the words. Now, one thing I've told the teachers is that when you have a writing system, like, you know, a regular writing system, that is so different, or rather the more different the writing system is from actually what you say, how you say the sounds, the more they have to do spelling. So I've encouraged them to make sure that they don't have to say ka-ata, they can do C-A-T. And that's even better because we don't say C-A-T is cat. What do we say? It's cat, right? So there's a difference between the writing system and the sound system, and we acknowledge that. And we affirm that by ensuring that there's also spellings there. Okay, so I've told the letters, the sounds, using spellings for words or blending the words. The ba-at-ti, the ba-at-ta, bat, or you could say B-A-T is bat. You know, C-A-T is cat. It's going to be the same thing. It's the same thing because to read is letters and sounds. So whether you enter the door of letters or you enter the door of sounds, you'll still get the reading done. Okay, what do we do afterwards? Let me go to my notes because I have a little memory log right now. If I can find it, here it is. Okay, then after that, then after that, a crucial part, which I haven't seen the teachers do, but I reminded them of it. We try to create agency, independence. So those words that we have, put on flashcards, and then the children make up word problems. Joan has 3 bats. Everybody knows Joan's name because Joan's name is around the classroom somewhere. Has is a sight word, so it's easy. The is also a sight word, so it's easy. I said, no, I didn't use the, but Joan has 3 bats. Mary has 4 bats. How much do they have together? So we're showing them that it's not just a word that's in this literacy unit, but it's a word that can be also applied in the development of a word problem. So this together shows them the relationships between word problems and being able to read the word problems. And it gives them the agency because these are the words they've been practicing, so they should know it. There's also songs throughout the whole part. So I said that there's 10 minutes each for this. It lasts for about maybe 60 minutes, around that. And in between these 10-minute breaks is the physiological sigh and the stretching at each point, because we want to keep everyone calm. We want to keep everyone calm and being able to be prepared for the next part, the next 10-minute session. We end with, you know, my favorite song, I am a promise, I am a possibility. So we do that. That's the basic academic intervention. And are there any questions? Then I'll tell you, we'll talk about how you can support that. Are there any questions? Any questions? We do rewards in between. You're so wonderful, you're so nice. Oh my gosh, look at you. Right? Dopamine is being released. I've given her a reward for what she's done. Right? So that's the basic way. So we use neuroscience in practical ways. We're not just reading it and saying, well, they said so-and-so. Application. Let me stop. Are there any questions that you'd like to ask me?
Hi, my name is April Miller. My child, Jada Amari, is from the St. Jude's section. So, for positive reinforcement, as you say, so I have, like you say, your son is very high-strung, has your personality. My daughter, her challenge is that she's not aware she has challenges. So she's very firm and she's very strong, you know, emotionally, physically. So when I get the meltdowns, psychological meltdowns, because I get that. The new thing is that she have a backflip and it goes down from there, right? So I've tried. Well, the first thing, remember, Jesus loves you, you know. She goes, yeah, right. Because our challenge is expressive language. So whereas her comprehension, she understands everything, but I don't know what she wants to say, you know. So when she gets like that, and we do promises of possibility, you're so special and you're wonderful, but at what stage? Because, well, she tries you. So at what stage do you can no longer say, oh, you're a promise, you're a possibility, you know, because you're a possibility. But then
there's things that you
have to work at. Right.
Right? Yeah. So I think, you're always a promise and a possibility. Because Lord knows, if I can be here, everybody can be here too, right? So you're always a promise and a possibility, but then you will define those specific things that you're going to work on, and it'll be one at a time. And it takes a little while. It's like training. It's like training. And let's see what happens. And just understand you're going to see incremental progress. So it's not going to, and you're going to see progress is not just progress. Progress is like this, then it goes like this. Right. Okay, so you can't get discouraged. No, I'm just saying for, yeah. Hold on. Hold on.
Hi, my name is Shamoy. My son attends Windsor in Portmore, so this might sound a bit cliche, but I've never heard of the strategy that I should tell a child that, you're a promise or any of those stuff. Like, I try to do it in my own little way, but this is news to me. Like, no one never told me this or gave me this approach, because my child has meltdowns as well. He speaks, but when he says he's not doing something, he's not doing it. No mountain and hurt can have him do what he doesn't want to do.
I'm going to give it back to you. My doctor told me something when my son was born. He said, for my son to survive, I need to know that he is going to be very, very, I'll say stubborn, only because that's the way we would normally think of it. So that's what it is. When in utero something is going on and you survive and you're a fighter, you're not just a little fighter, you're a warrior, right? So that warrior energy is going to be there. But nothing calms a warrior down than sweetness and softness. But you have to figure out the exact moment of that child's trigger, of your child's trigger. So when you see it coming, that's when you start. You don't wait for the meltdown and then do it, because then they're going to say, I don't want to hear about this. Whatever it is. But if you wait and you can see it through maybe the way the face changes or whatever it is. We know what that is, right? We're mothers, right? And fathers too, right? So the minute you see the change, I'll say the change of spirit, if you will, that's when you start putting in that positive energy so that it doesn't even go to the trigger, right? And it's going to take a little while. Please finish.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I wasn't aware of the whole, I'm a promise, and nobody told me that, because nobody at school, nobody at home. I'm a single mom, and, it's three of them, but he is the one that has, the disability. So for him, he's like me. If you realize that my mood is off, he's off as well. Sorry. If you realize I'm having a bad day, he's having a bad day as well. Last night he came to me and he said, Mommy, I want to play a song for you. I don't know if you guys know the Tupac song, Mama. And he started to play that song for me. And he said, Mommy, I may not always have it, but you always make a way for me there. I work hard to provide for me, despite my father not help. I'm saying, RJ, we are his pet name is RJ. I'm saying, RJ, what are you talking about? And he said, Mommy, I know. You may think I know, Mommy, I know. And he's 8. And, that just got me to break down. Like, he's watching every single thing that I'm doing. And he understands. He can't express it how, I would understand, but I know he understands. And, from he started this program, I've seen a lot of changes in regards of his behavior, because the tantrums are less, the outbursts are less, he's more focused, he's more disciplined. Situations that I have to talk to him like 5-6 times, the max I would talk to him is like 2. So, this program has really helped him, not gonna lie, because I didn't even know that there were, help out there for persons in my situation. Like, I didn't know. And what I started to do is encourage other persons out there that has, special needs children, not to give up, because there is always hope.
Always hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. Always hope. I want to move now to some academic things, because we've discussed kind of the support in the home. So now academically, what you can do. I always talk about my mother because, you know, she passed away 14 years ago, and you don't know. You know, you get a reflective, those of you who have lost a parent, it's not the first couple of years. It's after the 10 years that you start saying to yourself, but this woman wasn't crazy after all. The antics made sense. But when I was going through it, you see my face, I was like, my favorite thing to her was, this is America, you know. This is not Jamaica. This is not Elsa Spring. And you know what she said to me? Elsa Spring is wherever I am. Period. So don't come with any foolishness. Well, she said more, but you know, we're going to be nice. We're going to be nice. So one of the things that she did was, I don't know, Jamaican mother. She put my name on my bed. Who does that? And the reason why she did that is because early on, because she said, this is your bed, it has your name on it, you sleep nowhere else. What's your problem? Don't be asking me about foolishness, right? You want to go sleep somewhere? You have family. You have 22 first cousins. Go find one of them. Go find a house to be in. But the idea that my name was on my bed, right? And this was earlier on. So I knew that my name was Donna. Early on, I knew how to spell my name. I don't know if that's significant to you, but it was to me. And what do I tell my daughter's a grown woman, but I would tell her, listen to me, I put your name on your bed. Were you asking me where to go? This is your name. You could go to somebody else's house and put your name on their bed? All right. So naming things around the house. Their name should be there. First name, last name. So that they should be able to know. That's one of the things that we have to do even for our nonverbal children. They have to be able to identify their name. You can even I know that in some places I've seen the teachers have functional literacy on their board. So they ask, where do you live? Somewhere in your house, maybe on your front door. If your address is, I'm making up an address. I'm going to make up an address. If your address is 52 Lyndhurst Road, we know that's a factory or something, but whatever. Then you would put that on the door. So you attenuate your child that this is their house, and this is actually 52 Lyndhurst Road. So it's not just something that is separate. So put up key things and ask the teachers, what are the letters or what are the sounds that your child is working on, right? And I'm going to do this now in different levels. If they're only working on the initial sounds of words, then just you don't have to put the big word for refrigerator, just put R for refrigerator. B for bed, T for towel, whatever it is. B for bathroom. Just do that. And that will attenuate your child. And your child is going to say, but this is what I'm doing in school. This is what I'm doing at home. The mind naturally makes connections. So we want to set up stuff so that your child can see the connections and the patterns between things. So what did I say? Have the name somewhere. First name, last name, hopefully, right? Have your address on your front door, on the inside of your front door. Have letters around your house. P is for plant. P is also for P. I'm just saying, oh God, I have no behavior. Let me stop myself. But just think about what things you can have. S is for sink. We can keep on going. We can keep on. Favorite toy. If it's a truck, TR is for truck. If it's a doll, D is for doll. Put the doll there. Put the D on the doll and have clear, the clear plastic tape, right? And do that. And then you use it. And you say, go get me the D is for doll. So they can begin to make that connection. Go get me the T is for towel. They may ask you, so why are you saying that? Because T is for towel. After a while, you'll be surprised at how much they pick up because the mind naturally wants to make connections and patterns. So that's literacy. What can you do for numeracy? If you live in a house that has stairs, they can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is. And this is on the lower level, and we're going to go to the other levels, right? You can do that as well. So they're learning one-to-one correspondence because 1, 2, 3. You would be surprised how hard a concept that is. Yes. Sorry, this is yours.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. I'm Tina Davis, and I'm a parent of Tyree Davis, Windsor. So my question, for Tyree only talk food related words. There's nothing, just food. How do I get him? Only food. So he will keep quiet, but if you want something, he will just say cereal, patty, anything in food. Once he wants it, the word would just comes out. But I can't. No, not necessarily. I'll explain at times. If it's cereal time, I will give it to him. If not, I'll say tomorrow. I don't say no because I find out that no is a bad word. You get a beating for no. So, and he will beat me up for saying no. So I don't say no. I always say I'll give it to you later, lunchtime or evening. So only food related. If he wants dinner, he know the time. When he reach 5 o'clock, he come and say dinner. But I can't get him to communicate anything else.
So let's work with what he has, right? What he knows. So if you say, if he says cereal, you can say to him, so you say you want cereal? And he'll go like this. Does he do this?
No, I just keep repeating cereal, I'm going to show the pan, I will just take the cereal, milk, everything, and take it.
So we're going to try to extend his language, right? So you want cereal. So at least giving him the language, I want cereal, right? So we want to extend the language, and if we put it in a song, he may come back and say, I want some cereal, I want some. So you want that. That's what I'm saying. You want to build on what the child is doing, and you just want to extend it a little bit, right? Because I understand as a mother, you're saying it's not the time, but it's also a great opportunity to seize the time and to extend the language. And that's the main idea that you want to do is extend the language because he can talk. We just want him to move from that one word to the full sentences. And we do that through prompting, which is what Dr. Hoyt has spoken about as well. Yes, hold on.
No. Disconnect. She said if she said says no to the child, would beat her up. No, yes, you want him to learn the word cereal. I want cereal, but at the same time, I'm looking at that negative aspect of it. How would you deal with him beating her up when she said, like, no, you can't have it? Because that's fine. Can't have it, no. Right?
She may not like my answer. If he is thumping you up, I don't say beat. If he's thumping you up, he can't get the cereal.
I don't normally give it.
And that would be hard.
I usually stick out and just say I'm going to give it. But no, I find that if I say I'll give it to you tomorrow or later, then I'll get a better response. You will show me something else.
Okay,
So
that's
I
fine.
explain to him why.
So what you do is you're redirecting him.
Right. So I know
That's
that
fine.
I'm going to explain and say, well, I already gave you lunch, and give it to you for dinner or for supper, but I'll never say no because I know that no is bad.
That's fine. As long as you're consistent, he can't do something and then get it when you said no. Because then he'll always do that again to you to get the no, because that's the way, the humans, that's how we are, right? But when you say no, no is no. And I like the idea that you're redirecting. Any other questions? Hold on.
Good morning. My name is Paul Morgan. My son attends the Maxfield Park unit of the Randolph Lopez. Just like the parent down there who I saw cried many a times, nights, days, because my son, his mother doesn't accept him. based on his challenges. She went behind my back on more than one occasion to try to give him away. She has nothing to do with him. The school.
I'll just let you know. Go on, my brother. I know
His,
it's not easy.
his teachers don't know her.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know where it is. She partakes in nothing. She just wants to have nothing to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
For 3 years, I noticed him wake up, sitting up in his bed with his hand at his jaw like this for 3 years. Various hours saying to me, Daddy, why I don't have any friends? He tried to communicate with fella kids in the area. They abuse him. Them call him idiot. Them call him handicapped. Them tell him insultive words, even about his mother. Sometimes them abuse him, conk him, kick him. And he just want to, he can't understand why is it. But it is the way how he socializes, his behavioral pattern, and the way he plays. But I can't find a way to get it across to him. And I notice he has been going through that for about 3 years. Several times I went in his room and I checked on him, and he's sitting up there in his bed with his hand on his jaw when he's supposed to be sleeping. And I figured a way out, and I noticed it worked. I said to him, they don't want to be friends with you because you're super special. You have a father who loves you. And if you notice, like I would have said, Ray and Jay, have you ever seen their father with them? And he was like, no. And I said, they envy you because they have no fathers in their lives. It worked. It worked. Since recently, I noticed him coming around to me again because he discovered that he's now growing pubic hair. He's 11 years old since December. And he couldn't understand. And I say to him again, Daddy's son is becoming a man. You're going to be a daddy like me. And he said, yeah. And he started showing me muscles. He said, yes. And feel my muscles. And I said, yes, you're getting it.
It's firm, the muscle is firm.
Yeah, so he now accepts the fact that his mother doesn't want him. He don't want her either. He managed to get over that. I am mommy, I am daddy. So I learned strategies on my own, implement them, and they work. Now I am his everything.
And that's a wonderful thing.
Yes, thanks.
I want to take one more minute. I'm going to come to you, but I want to take one more minute. I discussed what to do with younger children. I want to take this now to older children. So older children, if they're verbal ready, what we want to do is we want to attenuate them to that words have syllables. Put your hand underneath your mouth. Right, everyone? Say the word pattern. How many times did your mouth open and close? 2. Who said 3? What kind of pattern? 2. And then we would then go through the first part of the word and then the next part of the word. What sound do you hear, or what letter do you think it starts with? Right? Because I said either you can go through the door of reading through letters or through sounds. We call that either through phonology or orthography. It makes no difference. You still arrive at the same place. Right? So you'd use syllables. You'd have a little thing in your house that you could make, and I know you could make it for some reason. I'm coming over here to you. You have like a little board, a little, what do we call it, cartridge paper, and you form like little pockets, right? So the first syllable is pat. They would put the letter p, a, t, and you'll help them with the turn, but at least they'll have the T, and at least they'll have the last letter, the N. And you can do that with your children already, right? So it doesn't make a difference whether they're younger or older. I'll tell you what I tell myself. As I give the mic as the last person to speak, is that at the end of the day, PhD is great. That's a wonderful thing. I love my last name, Dr. Wright. who could ask for a nicer last name than that? Right? But when I get to the pearly gates and it's between the Most High and me, he's not going to ask me about PhD. He's going to ask me about what have I done with the lives that he has given me. So we work with our children because no matter what, we want to support the schools. But guess what? This thing here is between us and the Most High. Let's make sure we do our work.
Good afternoon. My name is Pansy Ennis, and my grandson's name is Nathaniel Bennett. As I heard these two parents talk about the child, I'm a great-grandmother, right? My granddaughter, child, the father, I just have to let it out because it's killing me. The father and the mother, they don't want to help me. It's like they said, they reject the child. I'm not going to cry, I'm strong.
No. But
Yes,
I
yeah, I
put my
know.
hand on you too.
Yes.
Every strength needs a little support.
Yes. And I don't work. I work 2 days per week. And to give him the lunch money, I told him I will keep the child. The child is from back, forth, all around. I told him I will keep, but they have to give him lunch money and transport him to school. And it's hard for them. Even in the holidays, supposed to get a pair of shoes. I spoke to the mentor to go back to school. I could buy it. They don't want to help me with the child. They don't want to help me with the child. And from the child, get the tablet. I see where he's improving so much. Sometimes he will sit right and he said, "Grandma, hi, how are you?" I said, "Is you write this?" He said, "Yes." I came here this morning hiding. I could not let my eldest child or my other grandchildren know because I couldn't tell them where I'm going. Even my friends would say their mother and their father, his mother and his father, they're strong, let them go. But I have to put out the effort to see that he get the schooling here, right? It's not easy. It's not easy sometimes. When they don't say anything, "Oh, Grandma, not going to school," I say, "You're going to school. I even cook the food give you. You're going to school this morning." It's not easy, so I understand what even that man is saying. The mother and the father, they reject the child. The grandmothers reject the child. I am the great-grandmother, and I have to be going through. But as I heard it said, Miss, we have to talk to Almighty Father about it, you know? So I'm here, and it was bottling up inside of me when I heard you talk. I said, I don't want to talk about it, but I have to release myself, you know? So sometimes they leave the child on you. They leave the child on you, you know? I don't want to see him suffer. I don't want to be hungry. When I die, I don't know what will happen. So I have to be taken care. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's hard.
But we do this as grandparents because when we looked in that child's eyes and we saw them when they were born, we knew something special, right? We could see the rest of our lineage passing. So we do what we have to do, and we are divinely blessed because of it. I am sure that you can think of things in your life that just happened, and you ask yourself, how? How? That's because your heart is correct. Thank you so very much.
Wow. And we could go on and on and on. All right? So we have online Dr. Michelle Meredith, and as Dr. Hoyt would have mentioned earlier this morning, it's a team of 3. So we have 3 doctors that has been operating on the project, right? So Dr. Meredith, I'm just checking in with you if you want to make a contribution. Sure, she's not well, but she has been listening in and she's here with us. So, Dr. Meredith, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Dr. Meredith. Okay. We'll check in with her later, but in the meantime, we are going to be hearing more from the parents, and I know that you're all passionate, you have similar experiences. So at this time, before I say what is at this time, I just want to interject here and say that I must commend the fathers in the room. I can say that every time we have an event, we have the fathers represented. In all the academic or education projects that I've worked on, I think this project is the one that I've seen the most supportive fathers. They are at the PTAs at school, they are involved in the projects, they message me, they call me, right? I see Mr. Grossier down there, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Kelly, you know, it is just so amazing. I also have some fathers here who, they're not here with us today, and the amount of apologies I got last night, it's amazing. So at this time, we want to transition into the real part of the program, the parent part of the program. So I want to invite our first panel to join us at the table, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Williamson, and Mr. Morgan. Just join us at the table. So we'll be doing it this way. We have our fathers joining, and then immediately after the fathers sharing their experience, we have some mothers that will be coming, and then we'll open the floor, all right? So. And there he goes, Daddy, with my newest friend. So earlier, the baby was writing. She took my pen, and she gave me her pen. And from that, she kept saying, hey, and we keep exchanging pens at the back. It's amazing. So we have at the panel, Mr. George Kelly from the Maxwell unit. We also have Mr. Morgan from the Maxwell unit, and we have Mr. Williamson from the Harborview unit. I must say though, we have let me say it this way, 13 classrooms in the program, and I think Maxwell is the biggest. We have like 11 children at the Maxwell unit, and of the 11, I think around 6 or 7 fathers were always Maxwell. I see the majority of fathers coming out of Maxwell. So if there's like an overrepresentation from Maxwell, don't get jealous. All right, so your microphone is there. Just check if it's on. Hold it. You're going to be using it. All right, so at this time, the floor is going to be handed over to the fathers to just share with us their experience in the project. What were some of the challenges their child had, and how have they seen, what type of progress have they seen over time within their child? All right, so we'll start with you, Mr. Kelly, and then we'll end with Mr. Williamson. Then we'll pause there, probably take 2 comments on the floor, and then we'll invite some of the mothers to do the same. Because we're different children, similar experiences, different units, different communities, different family structure. Okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. As you heard, my name is George Kelly. My daughter, Abigail Kelly. She is a student at the Maxfield Park unit. Okay, so a bit about her before the program. At birth, there was an issue which resulted in condition which affected her. And there are 4 things that I will take away from here that was said today. All brain can change, all children can learn. I always knew that, and I believe that, and it's my hope to the end. Learning is experience dependent. That means that I have a part to play to ensure that the type of experience that is required are available. And that experience builds brain architecture in children. Okay, so with those conditions, she did not walk until she became 5 years old. It was always a challenge. If she needed to go anywhere, either myself or her mother had to take her. Anyhow, we were told about the program. First, we started at the Early Stimulation Plus. Then we moved into the Randolph Lopez School of Hope. Thanks for this program. Thanks to all the persons, the sponsors, the convener, the parents, mentor, the teachers, and everyone who have played a role. Okay, earlier I would have asked about report before and after. Is because I'm truly amazed at the progress that my daughter made. You don't sound surprised if I say that. Look here, she might be assessed today as being low. However, where she's coming from, in my view, she's very high. Because guess what? I still see hope and I still believe the 4 things that Dr. Hoyt mentioned in his presentation. Okay, where is she today? Before this program, and the program also helped us, her parent, because we did not understand. And by listening to Dr. Wright, Dr. Hoyt over the years, we initially thought that she was stubborn, but we learned ways how to use her abilities differently that impact her more positively. Today, she is able to identify things much better, and she is growing. And if I left anything out, parent mentor is here, who assesses her very, very regular as well, and is also sharing positive update and feedback. So by me requesting the progress report is not to see if she is improving, because as a parent, I have to know that improvement has made. It would be what was assessed then, what was the intervention required then, what are the intervention required now. And I will end by saying thanks again to everyone involved.
Hello again, everyone. Paul Morgan again, father of Kepali Morgan, who attends the Maxfield Park unit. Up until 5 years of age, my son was nonverbal. I tried him at regular basic schools, got criticized there from teachers, got criticized from community. People start pointing out my little son saying, see little dumb handicap boy there. I was introduced to stimulus because no school wanted him. He was, even though he wouldn't urine up himself, and he wouldn't defecate up himself, he would just hold his crutch like this or hold like this to indicate that he wants to use a bathroom. So them used to mock and jeer him, even the teachers. I was introduced to stimulus, and that's when he got love and attention from the teachers there. And I was introduced to Randolph Lopez by a teacher by the name of Miss Dawn Freighter. God bless that woman. And ever since I encountered the Randolph Lopez program along with JAID, it's like a miracle. These days when I walk on the road with my son, he wants to read every sign, every vehicle that passes. My son is making corrections Whenever I speak to him and I don't speak properly. If he's doing something and I say, sit down, him correct me. The word is sit down, daddy. I am so overwhelmed. I am so proud. I am so grateful for you guys, for all of this program. I am just overwhelmed. I am so happy. It's like God has provided a way for me. I had challenges with getting my son to school in the morning. And I reached out to Miss Cardia Johnson and you guys, and you assisted me. Any little thing, I'm just so grateful. I'm so overwhelmed. My son is reading, he's writing, he identifies stuff. He even now knows what's wrong from what's right. He's now tutoring. So I am very, very, very happy. Along with the parent mentor there, Mrs. Green, that's his student mentor, parent mentor, Mrs. Manning. They have worked, One Just Works. Along with you, Mrs. Johnson, God bless you all. That's the most I can say.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nigel. My daughter went to Harborview Primary. I have less words to say because I'm very emotional right now, more than anyone in this room right now. Very. As my brothers, I don't say friends, my brothers, I feel everything. My body is trembling right now. As a father, feel like more and cry. So if it come out, it just drop, poof. All right. So my little daughter, she didn't know anything at all. I went, take her to Calabar Primary. Didn't know what to do. Try with her myself. Her mom leave her from she's 1 year old. So I have mother and a father. So I have to work with my friends. So I have friends who help me with her. So I didn't know what to do, where to take her. So when I get into Calabar Primary, teachers all around, they just give her words and things. So when I give her money, she does give it away. So she like friendly. She's very friendly. So what? Somebody said, go to School of Hope. When I went there, they said that there's 3 parts. South side, Harborview. I don't remember. I said, I take Harborview. So when I take Harborview, I live in Kingston, downtown. So I have to, somebody take her, bring her back to me. But she very improved. She knows a lot. Right now, I'm so proud of the teachers. The teachers are love like family. They are family. So everyone in here understand what I'm saying. I may not present it good, but I know you all understand what I'm saying. So as work together with the teacher, I always work. But this is what I want to say. I guess everybody's like, when they ask for something, some parents do not have it. As Grandma round the back said, need to send him to school and she don't have it. I guess we here as parents, we don't have to know, but if we can, one hand cannot clap. So if we can put together and help each other, we'll grow. Thank you a lot.
So, Mr. Williams, now just want to find out from you, is there anything that Chloe is doing now that she couldn't do before she's a part of the program?
Yes. Read, whoa. Spell, whoa. I tell you, I said I'm very proud that she can come and say, Daddy, you know, she loves burger, so I have to do it. And she would say, Daddy, this is word and I can spell this. And she have books now. And I would say, Chloe, if you don't know that, you know, you see that big burger there, I get you a bigger one. Say, yes, Daddy. And if they have sports there, I said, Chloe, you're not going, you know, because I mean, I have no money. But what I do, I give her lunch money, but I give her extra. So I said, bring back $100 every day. So I'm trying to save, and she save at school. The teacher does that, make she save at school. So thanks again.
It's amazing. Just let's give a round of applause to our fathers. I have been with their children from the beginning of the project, and these days when I go into the classrooms, I can't identify them. They're totally transformed. Yeah. Some of them, they know me by name. One just said to me that, hi. I said, hello. What your name? And I said, Cordia. I said, oh, Cordia Johnson. She finished the name, right? Your daughter, she finished the name, right? So the thing about it is when we see some of the progress, and little later we'll get into that, we're looking at it from a quantitative perspective, but it's also good to get the stories from the persons who are living with the children, the parents. They're the best persons to get it from, to understand the impact that they have been seeing. The truth is, the teachers aren't able to see everything. The parents aren't able to see everything, but combined, we can see the big picture. And one of the things that is profound for me, I mean, I know you've been hearing the stories, etc., but each father spoke about the parent mentor and how they have been helped. And this shows you the holistic approach of this project. And that is what is innovative about the project. It's not just focusing in the classroom alone or parenting, and but it's the holistic approach that we have taken. So, once again, thank you. And I really hope that as we transition out of this pilot phase, that all the things that you have learned, you can build on it. And that a couple years down the line, when I see Kepali and I see Chloe, right, and Abigail, I will be just in awe. All right? So let's give a round of applause for our fathers. Now, are you ready for another? Are you ready for another stretch? Okay. Who is that saying always the mothers and grandmothers? One moment. We aren't able to hear you, so I'm going to ask that you use the microphone. Remember that you're speaking to some people online too, so they can't hear you. All right?
Okay. So good morning, and my name is Dawn Thompson Small. I am Anthony's Carby grandmother, and he goes to Windsor in Greater Portmore. So I was saying, big up to these fathers, because it's rarely you see fathers like this step up, and most times it is usually the mothers and the grandmothers. So when you see fathers step up to the plate like this, you have to big them up, And I'm so proud to see them, and I'm really happy that these fathers, yes, are doing it for their children.
No, man, one more time, better than that. And the truth is, wherever children have support, we will see progress.
Always.
We will see progress wherever they have support. All right. So now, it's not a competition, may I say? Right? It's not a competition. And please forgive me. We're not sticking to no protocol about ladies before gentlemen. All right? We're here and we are all one. And we're here to learn from each other. I know some of you down there really want to come up here, but you're so shy. You want to take time and share your story one-on-one with me at the back and other persons. You will have some more opportunity to do that. But at this time, we will hear from our mothers. And we have Michelle Newell from Franklin Town. We have Shamoy from Windsor. And we have Cynthia from Windsor. All right? Quickly, I should say, because I know the parents don't know, but in the room we have representation from, and I'm going geographically now, Harborview Unit, Elliotson Primary Unit. Coming down the line, we have Maxfield Park. Going across, we have St. Jude's. Oh, sorry, I missed one. I have to come back east now. We have Franklin Town, right? And then we go up, we have Shortwood Primary. Then we go further up, we have Shortwood, Stony Hill. So Shortwood, then Stony Hill. You see, everywhere I'm traveling, right? And sometimes you miss a turn, you have to turn back. So we go up to Stony Hill. That's normally my route. And then I go Stony Hill, then I come back, and then I come down to Owele, Our Lady of the Angel, because I'm heading out of Kingston. And then I go to Greater Portmore. Right? Did I miss any? No, that's it. So we have Harborview, Elliotson, Franklin Town, Maxfield, St. Jude's, Shortwood, Stony Hill, Our Lady of the Angels, and Greater Portmore, Windsor School. No, I'm speaking about the schools or the units that are part of the project, right? A part of the project, so that you know that you have a good mix in the room, and we have representation today from all of these units. Okay, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Newell, and my child's name is Amira Anglin, who attends the Franklin Town unit. I have been hearing numerous stories, and thankfully, I'm not able to say, well, then Amira has been resented because of my family and how closely knit we are. I'm going to share with you an experience. When Amira was born, of course, I was the only one there to see that. I saw her on the bed, of course, but then I took a step back because I was going to the bathroom, and I realized I recognized her eyes being slanted. I walked away. I said to myself, this can't be it. I stepped back again to look at her, and she was there in the cot, not on the bed this time. I put her in the cot at a different angle to see if it will change. It is still there. Her eyes are slanted. You hear me? The only persons of Asian descent should look like this, or they are Down syndrome. I am now wondering, how am I going to take this child home? Right? So the next day, of course, I had visit from family. I said nothing, they said nothing. I wasn't happy. I was there worried, fearful of what will happen when everybody gets to realize that, oh, this child is Down syndrome and resentment and all that. After a couple of days or maybe a week, we usually would have gathering where we speak about certain things. Them now I'm embracing Amira. I said to them, has anyone realized that there's something strange or unfamiliar with Amira? They look up, maybe nobody don't want to say it. You know, I said to them, you know, what? One of my sisters, what? She's Down syndrome? I didn't answer. She says, well, everybody knows, and we are going to be working with this. So I am very grateful for my family. All right, thank you. It takes us now to the community. I have had Amira hidden because I am afraid to expose her. Well, in my community, when she started going to school, I realized that persons, of course, they saw her, but then they would say hi, you know? So I would try to encourage her, though she's not verbal, to just say hi, just for them not to see her, to camouflage how she looks. But I realized that persons will come up to me and say, don't worry yourself, but everything's going to be all right. And they might not say the word and anything like that. Everything is going to be all right. Now to take her to the wider community. You are told now, you have to have her assimilated, so you need to take her to the supermarket, you need to take her to the, you know, who them attack, you know? Mm-hmm. So my sisters, because I have 4 other siblings and we're all girls, they would take her. I said, well, sis, you're not coming. I said, no, you go on. You know, I will do whatever it is later on, because really and truly I was fearful and also sometimes ashamed. Yes, you know, sometimes ashamed. And after realizing how she's being embraced and understanding disability, because then this is the first in the family, when you see persons with disability, you don't even take a second look at them to say, you know, and then to understand what parents are going through. It is a very, very hard road. So I can understand, even though I'm not able to relate to persons who are resenting Amira right now, maybe in the future, because I'm still fearful of the future in letting her go. My biggest fear right now is the speech. I tend to think that if she's able to speak, then I will be better able to protect. I am uncertain of how, but I will be able to, because then she will be able to relate to me, and I'll try. All right, so thank you so much for this program. I'd also like to shed some light on our progress since this program. She has improved. Remember that she's still not speaking. I mean, very, very few or no words. She has improved academically in wanting to do more. She wants to learn more. Things that I never knew she would show interest in, she has improved in that area. Cognitively, she's able to perform simple tasks. Simple tasks like I would say to her, Amira, take your shoe from the doorway and put it under the bed. Just those little things that I never thought that those things would be possible. So it is there. So it is improving, and I realize now that she's understanding better. All right? As it relates to expressive language, that is what she uses. She would use gesture or pointing to objects to say whatever she wants since this program. Because before that, sometimes really and truly, I don't know which way to turn. I don't know which way to turn. Sometimes it's not so much neglect, but you don't know the way. You're frustrated so much that you do nothing. You know, so I am I'm very grateful for this program. So that is her little progress. It may seem just a little bit, but it's a milestone for me. The challenges I have with the program is that sometimes I'm not even able to understand sometimes how to navigate these programs. But for the ones that I do know, I try to have her do them repeatedly. And I heard that, of course, I was thinking that it is too repetitive, but now I've learned that repeating stuff is okay. So I wouldn't even bother consider that as a challenge, even though I have it on my paper. So we'll try our best to just reiterate and then see what happens. She's now saying, she's not really saying one word. What I find is that initial parts of the words she's not saying. For example, her sister, because I have a 19-year-old and then she's 9. Her sister, her sister name is Tiara. She would say Iara. So I don't know if she's not hearing the initial sounds of words. If I were to say to her, bottle, I don't hear I can't get the initial sound. I don't know how to rectify or address that. So that is one of my concerns. I had on my expectation, but then Dr. Hoyt, when he came up, he just crushed that. Because I was thinking we could probably have more face-to-face intervention where each parent can express themselves, and we are able to relate to each other in terms of we're able to say, do this, don't do that, to help each other sometimes, face-to-face. We prefer it face-to-face. I am not technically savvy to say, well, and to go on the computer and to do things. I am not able to manage these things. I prefer to do these things face-to-face. So that's why I'm asking. And then, of course, Dr. This is the 3-pronged phase approach. That's what I had on this, so I don't need to expound any further on it because then that is also in the pipeline. Another thing I like to say, when COVID hit, because I am not savvy with technology, Remember me tell you, say, at the worst time of my life that. Because when they start to say, you should go online, look here, if I never had my 19-year-old daughter, me don't know nothing about going online something. I don't have the time for that thing. And when it frustrates Amira and then it frustrates me, it puts me in a place where I cannot be bothered. So I am so happy that this part of it is over and we are now face-to-face. That's why I'm asking for face-to-face approach, because it helps me. And it would help me to understand my child better, in her to deliver, or to just, it just enables us to know the different types of abilities rather than their disabilities. So that's just my 2 cents, and I thank you all. Thank you so much for this approach.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I'm happy that you mentioned about the face-to-face, and that's one of the reasons why we split the event into 2 days, because we know that had we invited all the teachers and have one major event, your focus would have been on the teacher, to talk to your child teacher, to go deeper with the teacher, do all kinds of things with the teacher, and forget about the networking part. And that is why you're here. So I'm hoping that you will use today as the beginning of a network opportunity. I know we would have done several things online. What we will try to do going forward is to have more of these with the parents. But I also want to remind you that we have a virtual space that you can also try to do some type of sharing. So we have a WhatsApp group. I think almost everyone in the room is in the group. What you can do, and some of you are from the same unit, you can also use a smaller group to share, because say for example, Franklin Town, there are 8 children in that class. At St. Jude's, there are 11 in that class. So you have 11, well, if we should calculate 11, that would be 22 parents, right? 22 parents, because each child would have had, and we're just saying all things being equal. We know that is not every family has both parents available, but so far we've recognized that all families, despite not having both parents, you still have extended support. So we're encouraging you to use this opportunity today to exchange some numbers. If you look at the table, there are other persons at the table from different units. So don't just come and focus on just the presenters, but also try to do some networking today, okay? All right, so handing over to Miss Cynthia.
Good afternoon. I just want to extend greetings to you and to Dr. Hoy and all the protocols. I am Cynthia Duwar, and I'm representing my granddaughter, Zahara Smith, from Windsor. Before she come on this program, it has been a challenge. She act out and, shout out, and she tend to forget things easily. But since she's on the program and doing the things, she's kind of not so forgetful, and she doesn't act out as much as she used to. She sometimes, she reads more and she pay attention more than how she was before she come on this program. And I'm so grateful for this program because it had helped her so much. I have a kind of peace of mind and have much hope for her future, a better hope for her future, because I see where she's more settled and more understanding. So I'm so grateful for this program. This is my few words.
Hi everyone again, my name is Shamoy from My Son Goes to Windsor. Sorry, I don't even know where to start. Having my son, I was pretty young, I was 19, and my son was born with a condition where his intestine was open. So it wasn't closed, and he had to, undergo major surgery when he was born. He had to do the surgery twice. And, after completing the surgery and leaving the Bustamante Hospital, I realized that, at 6 months, he's not sitting up of his own, he's not crawling. And I was getting worried because, as I said, I'm young. I don't really know what to look out for. It was my first child. Then I started to realize that he hit the 1-year-old milestone, still not doing anything. I'm still clueless to what's really going on. So going back to Bustamante, I was advised that he may have a condition called tethered crite syndrome. And that's when I started to do my own research. And I said, no, he has cerebral palsy. And when I went back to the appointment, I told the doctor, my son doesn't have tethered crite syndrome, he has cerebral palsy. Why are you telling me that he has this condition? The doctor was like, he was shocked because he was wondering where I heard that word or who I was speaking with. And from there, they referred me to early stimulation. When I was going there for physical therapy, my son had an incident where he spat on the therapist and she never gave him back a date. And he was 2 years old at that time. She never gave him back a date to come back. And from there, what I started to do was, my own little exercises with him. And at that point, he still wasn't sitting up. He still wasn't crawling, still couldn't walk, anything. At the age of 3, he, started to do more things as I was doing, physical therapy with him. He started to keep his balance, and he would crawl on his knees and his ankle. Up to this day, his knees and his ankle are very black, same way, because that's what he crawls on. And at the age of 3, I started to, ask around about school. I was advised that, the regular basic school can take him because they can facilitate him. And, that's where I saw where NCB had a program, Grant a Wish. And I placed him on the program, and he got so much votes where I was awarded some cash benefits for him, and I got him into micro early childhood, and he went there for 1 year. And he went there for 1 year, and after the 1 year was completed, I couldn't find the funds to send him back to complete another year. So he was at home with me same way, and I'm doing my best trying to teach him certain things, but again, I don't know if I was doing the right thing or not. I got in touch with my mother. At the time, she was working at Michael, and she advised me that I should get him assessed. When I got him assessed at Michael, they advised me that, I should try Windsor in Greater Portmore. And that's where I brought him, and when I brought the assessment there, and they told me that, the waiting period was gonna be long, I was like, how long? And someone told me 2 to 3 years, and I was like, 2 to 3 years for him to start school? And I started to cry, he's only been to school for 1 year in his life, and he's almost 8 years old, 7 years old at the time. And I got in contact with somebody, and, they spoke to somebody at Wings, and it started in January in 2022. And from he started the school and started the program, trust me. My grandmother have a saying that when I'm dead, not that shit way. Oh God, man, I've seen so much improvement. I am living in Portsmouth, Portmore, and people usually cuss and say, oh, I have my son locked up in a house, and him can't do nothing. People trouble him, say I'm a handicap. I hate the word handicap. I despise that word. And to see my son can walk, and when I said walk, I mean walk, my son is a living testimony for me. I see my son playing football. My son can go to the bathroom by himself. He doesn't need any assistance. He can take off his clothes. And when I tell you that he still have trouble because he tends to, his muscles tend to stiff on one side more than the other, trust me, oh God. He's come so far. My son is spelling. My son can do anything on a gadget. Give him a computer, a tablet, a phone. And I must commend you, Cardia, because without this program, he wouldn't have reached this far. To see my son can actually spell amazes me. My son couldn't spell, he couldn't identify letters. He didn't even know how to spell his name. Right now, when he's spelling his name, he's singing it. First, middle, and last, he's singing his name. He can tell you where he lives. He can tell you my name, his sibling's name. He can express his feelings. At one point, he couldn't express how he's feeling. And I can sit and have a normal conversation with my 8-year-old son, and he can express to me in a healthy way how he's feeling. And that is all to you, Cardi, and this program. So I must commend you. I must commend, you and your team and all the hard work that you guys are putting into this program, because I didn't know that there were resources out there for persons with disability with special needs. So I must commend you, I must thank you. And I just hope that the Almighty God does continue to push you further to have this, go on for generations to come. Because there are a lot of persons out there that don't know that help is out there for them. So I just want to commend you again and thank you.
And you have made me emotional too. You have transferred it. I want to extend the thanks to the funders, to Charmaine in particular. I know that she has been, very interested, the IDB by extent, very interested. I spoke with Tariq, very interested in this space. I want to extend thank you to the teachers, because you see, when you're in a space and you're doing one thing your way, the way you know how, and then all of a sudden, somebody come drop something new on you, it can throw you off, yeah? Because one of the things is that as a people, we tend to do the things that we know, and then there's the fear of the unknown. And I must commend you, parents, teachers, and parent mentors for embracing something new. I didn't know what we were getting involved in. You didn't know what you were getting involved in, but we said, listen, we're gonna try this thing because we read some studies and some studies say it work, so we're gonna see if it really works. And it has been working. So at this time, we just want to thank you for sharing your experience, and I know that we can only grow stronger. I also want to extend a massive thank you to Mrs. McCoy. I know she's online, she's watching. She's the executive director for JAID, and she is really the lead administrator on this project and the board, JAID Board of Management. So at this time, I think it's only fitting for us to take some lunch. Because the other part of what we're going into, you really need to do your physiological side for it, and then we're going to extend it into lunch. So at this time, we are going to break for lunch, and then when we return, we will be hearing from the parent mentors, because oftentimes, and yesterday I reminded the teachers that I am not the face of the project. There are faces of this project. I'm not the face of the project, right? And I could not be standing here without tremendous support. And I have been getting support. And you'll see the level. And you have been seeing the level and hearing about it, but you'll see some more of it after lunch. So we have managed to come back on time, on track. So the lunch, or maybe a little, So let us do this. So we're going to go the same place for lunch where we went for a break, but you're going to return here with your lunch and eat it at the table. All right? Is that all? Okay, let's get back here let's resume the session at 1:45. Okay? Is that okay? Yeah. Are you in agreement with me? We have something interesting lined up for you, and many of the questions that you have been, listen, I can read your mind. Dr. Hoyt has taught me well. I know what you're asking, and I have the answers for your questions, all right? So let's come back after lunch to get your answers, all right? See you later. now, I just want to invite the parents to just rejoin. Some parents have gone to check on their children, so we have a space where we have around 8 of the children, so they're just going to check on their child and return. So in the meantime, I'm going to invite So the children are having fun. Earlier, I went upstairs and I checked on them. And one of them said, "Up here, nice, I like it." They have a big screen TV up there. They're having fun. They have their own nice food. And they're enjoying. So at the back, where the parents are standing, those are some of the resources that the teachers are using in the classroom. So during the lunch break, you can explore what those are. And if you're not sure how it's used, then you could speak to myself or Dr. Hoyt, Dr. Wright, and the parent mentors. Those are the resources that we have been using with your child. And there's one special resource at the back there. That one helps them to write. So many of you would testify that your child wasn't able to form letters, write. After practicing on what we call the magnetic writing board, then we realized that that was very helpful for the children. Hold a second. If you're going to ask a question, I'm going to ask that you use your microphone so that we can hear you. So just hold a moment, please.
So, afternoon again. Mrs. Johnson, I just wanted to ask. So these learning tools, the teacher get these tools to use at the school?
Yes.
Okay, because I was really wondering what they were for, you know?
So that's what the teachers have been using to assist your child.
Okay, in the classroom.
In the classroom.
Okay,
so everything that you see on display,
yes,
plus more, that's
yes,
what they have in the classroom.
Okay, and JAID give it to them?
Yes, the project, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that is why, if some of you can recall, that is why I emphasize each time we meet that it's not a tablets project. Yes, the project has distributed tablets, but this is not a tablets project, all right? So this is the tablet that each child would have gotten, and we would have preloaded. This is a Samsung Galaxy A8 series, and we would have given each child a tablet outfitted in a case with memory card, and each tablet, we uploaded 5 apps to the tablets, 5 brain training apps to the tablets. And we're not going to be talking much about the tablets, but since I mentioned it, I thought it would be important to show what is it that we gave to the students, all right? So at this time, we are gonna speak a little about some good practices and some of the things that the parent mentors have experienced in the project. We will be looking at elements of the project, the role of the parent mentor, the importance of parent mentors. They will be sharing their experience, challenges faced by families, and we'll be hearing many of them, so we won't be exhausting that. We'll be talking a little about support systems, all right? So, the elements of the project. The project, maybe from your viewpoint, is just a simple project, but the project is quite complex. It is quite complex. It has several moving parts to it. All right? So before any of you met me, before any of you knew about the project, we had a lot of research that was conducted. We did what we call a systematic literature review. We did some assessment. We looked at some good practices globally. We looked at some examples from South America. We looked at some examples from the United States and Canada. We looked at examples from Australia, Asia, and we combined all of those experiences and good practices, and then we handpicked some of those that we thought would be fitting for Jamaica. After we selected those, what we did was to localize those recommendations, because as we know, some things can work almost anywhere, but you have to contextualize it. So that's what we did for Jamaica. We contextualized it. Then, when the research was completed, and based on the recommendations, we engaged the services of Dr. Hoyt and his team. From there, that's when we started engaging the parents. We would have looked at some preliminary assessment, and Dr. Hoyt mentioned those earlier. We looked at quite a number of things. We looked at all the assessments that the placement and assessment services that JAID would have conducted. We did some social assessment, and then Dr. Hoyt came in and he did some neuropsychological assessments. From there, your children were categorized into 9 areas. Dr. Hoyt went through those this morning, and based on where they were on the spectrum and the different challenges that they displayed, based on his expertise, he was able to recommend some resources that could assist your child in moving from one place to another. So at the back of the room, those are some of the resources that was recommended. Now, when those resources were recommended, it was COVID, as Michelle mentioned, and we had to now pivot. How is it that we're going to implement this project during COVID when school locked down? Remember that COVID, the famous term was lockdown. We're under lockdown. And given the vulnerabilities and the risk in engaging your children face-to-face, we had to now look at transitioning the program from just being a face-to-face to a hybrid. That is how we ended up getting the tablets, exploring what are some of the brain training apps that have worked with children in their age group. And from there, we were able to select a whole heap of apps. Now, with everything comes challenges, and every challenge have a solution. When Dr. Hoyt sent me the list of 20 apps, my first thing was to test the apps. So I started downloading, testing. Dr. Hoyt became tired of me. So Dr. Hoyt, but the one you're not download, what? I was in Dr. Hoyt's ears, right? what happened was, what we found was that some of the apps were not applicable to Jamaica based on our geographical location. So we had to discard them. Some of the apps were only iOS friendly, Apple friendly. So if you don't have Apple device, you can't access it. All right? Then we purchased 6 tablets. We purchased 6 tablets to test if these tablets are tablets that we could run with it. So the 6 tablets were for the 6 parent mentors. So we were going to do a trial and error with the parent mentors. When we bought the 6 tablets, we realized that even though some of these apps were Android friendly, they weren't friendly to these tablets. Right? So there are levels when you come on to smart devices. There are levels. So we had to go back to the drawing board and say, all right, listen, if we're going to do this project, it's a pilot, we have to do it properly. And we did some more research, and we agreed on moving forward with the Samsung devices. And as I will share with the parents, they are not cheap, right? They are not the Chinese-made devices. We also... No, because there are some devices, and you see schools catching fire. There are some devices, if you plug them in and leave them, they overheat, different things. We also outfitted the tablets with shock-resistant cases and SD cards. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. All right? Not only that, and we're going to get there. All right, so the parents are telling me, see, they know, they said tracker, they outfit the tablets were outfitted with tracker. So they know about the tracker. And we did all of that, not just providing these resources, but we also offered training to teachers and parents how to use the tablets. I mean, some of you probably became annoyed with the WhatsApp group, the amount of messages coming. All right? But it was all for the greater good. Now, I want to point your attention to number 3, because we're speaking about resources. So we provided physical resources and technological resources, right? And in some cases, a few cases, extenuating cases, we also provided a few financial resources. Now, the intervention, as I said, I'm not the face of it. We engaged 13 classrooms with 87 students, 13 teachers, plus 13 teacher aide, plus 6 parent mentors, and over 100 parent and caregiver. Clap on yourself. I want to highlight that the thread that was common amongst all of those numbers was myself. And I also want to use this opportunity to highlight that I could not have reached this point without the support of the administrative staff at JAID, the support staff from the bank, the parent mentors, and more important, and the teachers and the parents. I know sometimes I call some of the parents, say, I soon call you back, and 3 weeks later, right? I send a WhatsApp voice note, 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. Some of you know. Somebody messaged me last night. What time? Late. 1:25 a.m. You understand? So, the thing about it is that I know that when a parent messaged me that time, it's not because they're expecting a response at that time. It's because they're thinking at that time, and they want to ensure that they don't forget what they're thinking about. Amen? Amen. All right. Now, step 4. When we started doing the intervention, going to the school, drop the father them, say, come, Mr. Grocer, come set up the trampoline. Listen, Mr. Big Man sweats. We set up these resources. I remember at St. Jude's, one father said, Miss, My daughter now go upon that, you know. My daughter afraid. My daughter now go upon that. Listen, to the man's surprise, before he left the school, nobody could get her off it. He was like, she's afraid, she scared of this, and she's not gonna go on it. The teacher could not get her off it, right? So in all of this, we did not distribute these resources for decoration. We had a system in place that was developed by Dr. Hoyt and his team, and from there, we have put in place a monitoring plan and a monitoring strategy to see if the teachers and the parents were doing the things the way in which it was demonstrated to them. Because you see, you can do things and you can do things, all right? So there's a lot of doing, but there's a right way of doing, all right? So we did the monitoring activities. We could have done more. So what we have been doing, we have been also documenting some of the lessons learned as we move forward. And we have been taking your feedback. And yesterday I shared with my teachers that what I love most about you is your honesty. Because the truth is, we came with a design. We didn't know how it was going to work. And we have gotten your honest feedback about what worked. And you know, we're Jamaican, we're very bold, we're going to tell you what don't work, right? And we have learned from that. Because of that learning, we are now in a better place, especially since yesterday, to co-create some solutions for the persistent challenges if this project is to be scaled up. Because with any pilot, you have to tweak as you move forward, right? Then we are at the point where we have been doing data analysis over time, but there is some strategic things, or there are some strategic things that we are trying to capture. So we have been looking at the quantitative data, which is the numbers, and Mr. Kelly asked about that. We look at the baseline, so we have a baseline that we did with all the children, and we did a few stuff with some of the parents. We have been tracking the progress in between, and then we will be doing an end-line assessment to see how your child has been or how your child has progressed. The qualitative side of things, these beautiful ladies, we had a gentleman on board, but he's no longer with us, Mr. Bennett, as a parent mentor. The qualitative side of things tells us the story. It's the narrative. It tells us things that the numbers aren't able to capture. Some of you would have met with your parent mentor at the bus stop, at the coffee shop, at the ice cream shop, in your yard, at your gate, anywhere. That's the flexibility that these ladies expressed, right? Anything to support you and your child. The sixth aspect of this program is looking at the feasibility study. So the feasibility study is what will determine what a scale-up will look like. And when we say scale-up, it's taking the project outside of the two schools. So the two schools are Randolph Lopez and Windsor School of Special Education. When we talk about the feasibility study, we have been looking at, and we will go deeper into looking at the financial feasibility, the human resource, and the technical resources for this project. As simple as you see the resources at the back, they're very expensive. Very, very expensive, all right? Everything at the back can easily be $1,000 US. When I say expensive, more than 1,000. It's like I can think quickly off the top of my head. Not only about expensive, majority of those items are not available in Jamaica. They're not available in Jamaica, right? Some of those resources, there's only one supplier of it. So if that supply is out of stock, then, so we're looking at these things. We're also looking at resources that are similar, can be used in a similar way to give a similar result, and we're also looking at the cost dynamics of it. Yeah? Because at the end of the day, we have to think about sustainability. Yes, this is a pilot. We test some things to see how it works, but we also have to recognize that all fingers are not equal. All right? We're continuing. My parent here said, tracking. So I just wanted to show you this slide. So when we purchased the devices, by the time we were to distribute the devices, then we had no, what was it called? Hybrid school. So 2 days online and 2 days face-to-face. So we had to find a way to secure the tablets, because the tablets now became an integral part of the resources that your child would have received. We did some research and we purchased a tracking technology called Prey. It was installed on the tablets, and I am able, from my computer, if I click on this link, if I click on this link now, I'm almost sure that the image will look different from this, because I took this shot midnight. And this is showing me that at midnight, most of you were home. If I take a shot of it will show me, like during the day, it will show me how many of the children have a tablet at school. Yeah. It's very accurate. I had a previous slide, and when I check, I said, hold on there, the tablet reached Westmoreland? Pick up my phone. I can see whose, because I can see whose tablet is in Westmoreland. I call it, hold on there. Where's the child? The child is in Westmoreland. I say, oh! Right? Because from time to time, I do check to see where the tablets are, what is happening to them. Now, we've also had challenges where parents have, well, I wouldn't say parents. We have one case where one parent sold the tablet. Don't be alarmed. We're not surprised. I think, you see, all right, so I'm saying this to say that in everything, no. While it is not right, in everything, we are going to have challenges. And I'm using this opportunity, I'm sharing this specific example to use this opportunity to say to you, if you have a challenge, seek help, speak to somebody, because had this parent engage me or somebody else, the response to his issue would have been different. It wouldn't have to resolve to selling the tablet. You understand what I'm saying? Other parents have other challenges. They may not sell a tablet, but everybody have their unique challenges, and it's how we communicate and seek help that will determine how we move forward. Because at the end of the day, we are a community, and the idea is that we are here to support each other. All right? So that's the pray. We spoke about data, and we have purchased software as a service. So we have built out a platform that all the qualitative and quantitative data is being uploaded into. So from this is where we'll be getting the reports, the numbers, all of these things. So right now, it may seem like a mouthful of maize. Okay, every month I get 1,000,001 report from these ladies. Sometimes I can't even read all of them, right? I get tons and tons. Listen, when I say tons, I'm not exaggerating. This is not exaggeration now. There are 5 apps on your tablet. We, apart from getting data from the teachers, we get narrative reports from the parent mentors. Apart from the narrative report, we extract the progress from the tablets. So when you see the children on the tablet and teachers say, bring a tablet tomorrow, and teachers say, bring a tablet 2 days of the week, it's not because we want them to play with tablet in the classroom. They're actually learning, and we're tracking that learning. Some of you who have followed my instructions, you would have been receiving emails with your child's progress. Because some of the apps, you have to connect your email to it, and then it sends you periodic progress for your child. Anybody has been getting those emails? Nobody? You get it?
I didn't use my personal email. I need to check the email.
Okay, so he's saying that he did not use his personal email to connect to the app. He used a different email. And these are some of the challenges that we experience. So we have parents who created an email for the app. They never ever check the email, or they don't remember the password. I've had parents calling me, asking me what is their password for an email that I don't even know, right? Some of the parents, I sat with them based on their technological skills, and I would have helped them to develop email addresses. So all of those, I ensure I write down the email and the password, and I store it carefully, and I also send them a picture of it. So when them say, but miss, I can't find it, then I can forward the picture to them. All right? So these are some of the things.
Okay, so
One moment.
Okay, so I misspoke just now. There is no response in the email. I just checked it.
Okay, no problem. We'll look into that, because I think there are at least 2 of the apps that should be sending you the progress, all right? So we have parents in the room who have been receiving those progress reports. What we also extracted, so imagine me every 2 weeks and every week getting progress report for 5 apps for 80 odd children. It's a lot. It is a lot, all right? Because we really are tracking their progress, and we've learned a lot, and we are taking those lessons into consideration, because we've had some cases where many of you have not been supervising your children. And I want to use this opportunity to encourage you that the tablet cannot supervise a child. All right? While I know that it is the easy way out to just give them a tablet, go on something, some of the children who have not been supervised, they are going into different things that are not age appropriate, and I'll leave it there. Also want to say that, apart from the supervision, care, we went through a whole series of device care with parents. And the reason why I'm staying on the device a little more is that the device is what you have in your house. The resources behind you, those resources are what is in the classroom. Now, I currently have 3 tablets with me. And what I find, parents don't supervise. 3 of these tablets are damaged, and then I'm now being bombarded to the point of harassment to fix them and send them back. So I want to use this opportunity to encourage you to supervise your child and take care of the devices, right? We went to the extent of using the resources from the project to get these devices to you with the hope and the intention that you would care for it, Because right now, it's a pilot. We cannot now go and buy a new tablet and give you when you got one already. It could be a different project where you're told, go and buy your own tablet. And for transparency purposes, each one of these tablets costs us a little over $50,000. The case by itself, the case alone, the case is very expensive because these are not irregular cases. And you will see all of your children, they had good screen protector. Yeah. And I'm gonna say this. I've seen 2 cases where the screen protector seemed as if a sharp edge like a knife was used to cut it. Parents, please supervise your children, all right? Now, the role of the parent mentor, you hear from the fathers, they support them, they advise them, they help them, they give them tips. These ladies are amazing, totally amazing. Sometimes some places where them go, who just said that? Some places that they've gone to, I have to caution them, right? I have to tell them that, remember, there's a life after the project, but it's out of their love and their passion to serve you that they come to meet you where you are, all right? They have gone above and beyond. Some of the calls that I get, I say, what? Really? So the project engage parent mentors to support you directly with what Dr. Hoyt taught them to do, directly with what the teachers are doing. And some of you in here can attest that they have gone above and beyond. They might do potty training. They are doing psychosocial counseling, getting external counseling support for you. They are getting jobs. They are doing all kinds of things. And it shows that they're looking beyond the project and looking at the family holistically. And that's commendable. Clap them. And it transitions me into their importance because they are that bridge. They're that bridge. When we looked at the project, we didn't want the project to be a project like your ordinary project where the hand don't know what the foot is doing, right? They don't know. These parent mentors, they don't only come to your house, they don't only call you, but they go to the school and they talk to the teachers. They know what the teachers are teaching, they know what the teachers are doing, and they provide support to you to reinforce whatever is happening in the classroom. So they have been a great bridge, and this is one of the key areas that I believe is the innovative side of this project, and it is something that we're really looking deep into if this project is to be scaled up, because currently within the disability sector, we do not have an existing program with parent mentors. We do not have that. And if we are to move forward and provide that support, I know at one point we were going to end and we start get call from parents. So what happened to the parent mentor? How them are going to manage these kind of things? And one of the things that I try to encourage my parent mentors to do is to assist you to transition on going on your own in a way, because truth is the project is coming to an end. The project is a pilot, and with every project, there is a life cycle. The project has to end, whether we like it or not, all right? So I see one hand, and I'll take the one hand before I hand the mic over to the parent mentors to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Aris Burton. Some talk loud. All right. My child attend the LSU unit. But the question I want to say, ask, your child will give the teacher a different behavior than what he give at home. And sometimes, when the teacher tell you what she do, you still not get the same response with it.
You want me to respond now?
Yeah.
Okay. My simple response to that, and this word came up out of my mouth yesterday more than 10 times, patience. The thing about it is that teachers tend to be diligent. They exercise patience with the child in the classroom. They spend long hours with your child. Many teachers spend more time with your child than what you spend with your child, right? So I want to encourage you to exercise patience. So the teacher will tell you that they get a certain result, but you do the thing one time and want to see the same result. When the teacher has done the thing 100 times, what happens is that the teacher may not say to you that, say, 3 months now, may I do this with the child? Or 3 weeks? So you come and you say, teacher say, you can't spell him name, so come spell the name for me. And you don't realize that teacher has employed prompting strategy, different type of strategy, and this and that and everything. So it's not one thing. So I want to encourage you to exercise some patience and have more one-on-one with the teacher. So don't just wait until it's report day or consultation day, but try to find out what is the teacher doing this week and see what you can apply at home, all right? So, yeah.
Okay, may I add that sometimes when the parents are working with their children, they show the children two faces, It's always fun, laughing, so on. So there's no seriousness about what you're trying to do. And so they play you just to have their own way, where the teacher now might be stern. She might be stern, in what she's doing. But for the parents, you have that soft, that poor thing, all right, okay, do it when you're ready. But the teacher said, I want it done now. You count of 3, 1, 2, 3, start. And that's a different approach. So maybe it's the approach that the parent is using.
When she speaks about approach, we're going to speak about it a little later, but I just want to put one word out there, structure. Every home, every family needs structure. And sometimes we recognize that there's no structure. Sometimes we don't even recognize until somebody points it out to us that there's no structure. Because in a way, sometimes we think we have a structure. All right, so with that, I'm going to look at training. The parent mentors, they've gotten tremendous training. They're also experts in their own right. So they didn't come on the project as blank slates. They met the families. They've done reinforcement based on the training, and they have been doing the reporting. So at this time, I'm going to hand over for a few minutes to the parent mentors to just share their own experience that they've had with you and the teachers, all right? So I'm going to hand over to, and I'm going to allow you to introduce yourselves.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, family. And it is really a pleasure to see so many different hierarchy in the family structure here today. I am Hortense France, and I say it correctly, it's not Hortense, it's Hortense. I am Hortense France, and I've been in education for older than plenty of you. And in special education, all my teaching tenure life. So I kind of have an idea, and more than an idea of what is going on in special ed, and some experience with dealing with parents before.
Good afternoon, I'm Janet Chen, and I am the parent mentor for Windsor, one of the parent mentors for Windsor School of Special Education. I have been in the field for many, 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 many years also. I'm sure as Miss France said, the time I've spent in special education might be much older than many of you also. And with that level of experience, we entered into your lives. Some of you have been running from us. We have caught up with you by various methods that we have employed. I even went to the extent of getting town planning map for one of your parents' area when it was just being developed. I got the map so I could find the lot number and found your house with no problems that day, but the parent wasn't there. And I've been trying to find that parent.
After all of that effort.
But the long and short of it is that we are speaking here to the converted, the ones who were home, the ones who have made themselves available. And I'm so very proud of all of you who are here today because I know the effort you have put into coming. I have been on the phone with my parents and I've seen the effort put out. And I'm just so grateful for you to be here today.
Good afternoon, family and friends. My name is Tina Reed, and I've been in education for over 43 years. I started at Listomere Gilbert School for the Deaf, and then I moved to Randolph Lopez School of Hope. So I've seen a lot of things between those two schools, but let me focus on Randolph Lopez. I've seen a lot since I've been at Randolph Lopez. I've seen ups and downs, good and bad. But all in all, I really try, to work with what, I saw, and I even try to make it better. Whatever was bad, I really work extremely hard to make them better.
Just keep the microphone. We're going to continue with you. So we just want to learn from you. And I say she's my superstar because when we lost one of the parent mentors, she assumed the role and took on additional units, right? And she has not complained one bit. I get phone calls. Sometimes some of the calls that I get, I am lost. I will get a call. Miss, I say Miss Reed in a miss. I'm like, what? Miss Reed tell me to go one place in a miss. And I can't find the place, miss. And me up on the road 1 hour now. And I'm wondering like, what? She has gone above and beyond when she engages the family and she recognizes that, no, in my own personal network, I see how I can extend further support to this family, that family. And she does it. She don't even tell me, she just move and run with it. And then sometimes the parents I learn it from. So I want you to share with us some of your experiences, some of the challenges, and what have you done to overcome some of these challenges?
Okay, some of the experiences.
First of all, tell us how many families you have oversight of. Give us the picture. How many families do you have oversight of?
6. It's over a dozen, maybe a dozen and a half. Over a dozen and a half. It's around that. Yeah. About a dozen and a half families that I have to work with. They're not usually, some of them, they're not usually easy to get hold, to. But for the most part, I've been able to use the telephone to reach some of the parents. And I'm saying for those that have reached, they're really good to me because, they will listen, they will call back, listen to what I have to say to them if they have problems, or they call back and to advise me how whatever I've said to them, is working. I've also had a lot of challenges with some of the parents. Some of the challenges that I've had is that when I tried to, call them by telephone, they study the number. And as soon as they see the number come up, you know, they just don't answer. But then I'm usually a step, you know, above them. And I try to use somebody else's phone, right? And then I call right after that and they would answer. I said, but I just called you and, you know, so what's the problem? And they sometimes just laugh, you know, because they now know that I have, you know, caught them in the act, right? Yeah, but nonetheless, you know, for parents like some of them, they would say, okay, miss, so what is it? Was a bit busy, no, miss, but, you know, and they'd apologize to me sometime. Another problem or challenge, I may not call it problem, because these things we can, you know, work out, work around, is that Miss had spoken a lot about the tablets, but I've found families now who the children, they're given the tablets for children with intellectual disability. But some of our parents, some of my parents, would take the tablet from the children and give it to their sibling, the non-disabled sibling. And so the child with the disability now has to sit and wait until that child is finished using it before he or she gets it. So that's another challenge that, you know, I had. But all in all, we work it through, and the parents understand what the tablets are really for, and they have now begun to work with the program. Many of our children have a speech impediment. I've seen so many in the units that I'm in charge of. And the parents would say, Miss, when you ask them what is the greatest challenge, and you know, from the parents, and that's the first thing that comes from all of them. Miss, speech, miss, I can't understand clearly what they're saying, and I would love for my children, for these children, for my child to be able to express him or herself to me. But for that, that's a big challenge. And parents, some parents have gone ahead to seek help, get persons to pay money, companies to pay money for them, for their children to do therapy. But this can't go on forever. And of course, these parents aren't able to afford speech therapy. Okay, so that's another challenge. We've had parents know the social aspect of things. Some of their mothers, main mothers, the children's father might have died or they've disappeared. And so they're the only person now who has to find all the money to give the children what they need. So that's a challenge. And sometimes it's not just the one child they have several other children. And usually very difficult for the one with a disability to get to school independently. So again, another charge is there. The child will have to find a taxi, find a school bus or something, or take the child to school. That parent has to work, but she'll have to take some time off to take the child to school, and then stand the chance of losing a job or losing some pay because she might be late. With that, I try to meet the parents halfway. What I do, I'd refer them to the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability, JCPD, Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability, for them to speak with the social worker so that, you know, they can put them on whatever program that they have to help these parents. All right, so that too was another challenge. Pardon? Okay, all right, and okay, that's my final say, because in the interest of time, I would like to pass the mic over now to my colleague, Mrs. Jaid.
Okay.
should be speaking to challenges also and strengths. Yeah. Yes.
It doesn't have to be challenges only, because one of the things I want us to recognize in the room is that many of the parents, when we met them, they already had some structure in place. They were already doing some things. You built on some things. You found some parents who were stronger than others. You learned also from some of the parents. So to share your own experience so that persons can understand. It does not necessarily have to be challenges, because as for challenges, we are going to have them, all right? But there have been some success stories, and we want to hear some of those.
I have been to some places I never knew existed. And the distance that some of your parents have to travel to take your children to school. When I look at it and I know that you are using public transport, you have a child that is running helter-skelter at times, and when I look at it all, I just want to commend you. You're doing a great job just getting the kids to school and getting them back home and getting it done in a manner that they are safe. We see them tomorrow, That I want to commend you, because just traveling to your homes, some of these places I just off the map, because I even use Google Maps sometimes and your place don't exist as far as Google is concerned. So I want to commend you for that. My Windsor parents, I see your journey. I see your struggle there.
Sorry, Janet. So the people in Kingston cannot understand what you're saying because you represent the parents that attend the Portmore unit of Windsor, and we have parents coming as far as from Kellitz, way far. When I say far, four. In Jamaica, we say four. They might come from four, right? One parent called me. You sent me a parent contact because the child has not been going to school. And when I contacted the parent, the challenge was not money, The parents have the money. The parents have the money to take the child, to transport the child to school. But you're the bigger problem. The parent can't find no driver that is willing to travel that far. So it's a real challenge when you hear she's talking, when she's emphasizing far. It is commendable when the parent is willing to pay up to $8,000 per week to take her child to school, but cannot find a driver. And that speaks volume to the level of support that this parent is willing to give to her child with intellectual disability, right? So I'm just interjecting because I don't think you're saying the thing properly for them to understand. People who live in Kingston don't understand this, all right? And might I add, Mr. Morgan can attest to it, even within Kingston to move around, it is not cheap. I honestly didn't know it was so expensive to transport your child to school. It's a minimum of $5,000 per week and more to pay. And imagine if you have 2 or 3 other children going to different schools. So the financial burden is quite high. All right?
Yes. We have all, as parent mentors, we don't just work within the confines of the project. We have been doing a lot of social, contacting you and meeting you on the social level where we have helped you to get in contact with agencies and persons who can help. We have also, as mentors, gotten even to the point of getting jobs for some of you, some of our parents. Mentors have also been assisting parents personally with back to school. So the scope of the mentor has skyrocketed out of what it should have been into something else. And we have formed a bond with some parents, close we're tight now, as we would say in Jamaica, some of us and the parents, you know, and exactly, sir, exactly, we're family now. And we look at your child as our child also, you know, or our grandchild, you know, for some of us. Yes, and it's just an amazing experience for me. From the project started, I've not been able to go to church because of my Sunday visits that I've had to put in, right? And it was only because of the death of a colleague of mine that last week I was able to go to church. And I really felt good when Cordia invited us for tomorrow also. But on a whole, it has been my pleasure to work with parents in spite of whatever cost it might incur on me personally, whether financially or in my social life, whatever. I tell my parents all the time, call me anytime, night or day. You need my assistance, call me. I will be there. If I don't pick up the phone immediately, I will call you back. And I've been doing that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that the parent mentors, they primarily work at nights and on weekends because they try their best to work with your availability. And that is why it amazes me sometimes when I see parents blocking you, not answering your call, when it is something good you're trying to do to provide some support. You understand? We have parents who will see all the calls and all the messages, and then 6 weeks later, they message me and say, oh, I see message them, but I'm not ready to talk to you yet. Right? So we also have to position ourselves in a way where we don't get discouraged. Yeah? Because as she's explaining, many of us, we go above and beyond. And when you are extending yourself or overextending yourself and you're not getting that same energy, at times, if you're not careful, you can become discouraged. So I'm going to, what we're going to do, we're going to end this presentation. I'm giving you 2 minutes, to say something, and then we're going to eat some food. When we come back, here's what's going to happen when we come back. Please, let us come back. When we come back, Dr. Hoyt is going to share 5 minutes. He's great with time. I'm going to share 2 more minutes. We do some vote of thanks, and we enjoy the rest of our weekend. That sound good? All right. France?
Well, all right. I think I will make the most of my 2 minutes. One of the things that I'd like to say is that I've noticed that parents start to develop more of an understanding of how to implement, more of an understanding of their children based on some of the things that they said to me and to us, and which is a positive for this program, I would say. Parents have become more comfortable in talking to me, even about secondary conditions that doesn't have anything per se to do with intellectual disability, and social issues also. I have seen some parents more than others. I've had parents duck me, post me, ghost me. I have made videos for parents who ghost me so that they can see how to implement. There have been challenges, but it has been really a rewarding situation for me, and I like to see when I see the light in the parents' eye kind of turn on like a brighter, and I say, yes, look, I can do something right. So I think this is a very good program. My 2 minutes done, because if you don't stop me, we'll go until tomorrow, you know. So parents, I encourage you, call me. Don't. Well, the parents who duck me not really here. My parents who don't duck me, they're here. But we will fight on. And call me. Don't wait for me to call you all the time. Call me.
Thank you, Franz. Don't move. Just stay right there. I deliberately I'm showing this. It's not so clear, but this is a photo of a child, and I have here developed functional skills. So one of the things that, you know, in everything, there are intended and expected results, and then there is the unintended. And when you have a child who could not take instruction, do anything, and when you see that child can make their own bed, it's a great progress. I tend to say to my son that always make up your bed. Your bed is the biggest furniture in the room, and when it's neat, it makes the room look neat. So in the same way, when this parent realized that the child was able to make the bed, the result was astounding. They were shocked. They didn't know that the child could take the instruction to move from putting on the sheet and doing everything. Some of these things may seem simple to the person outside, but to parents with children, or parents of children with intellectual disability, this is a major, major, major progress. We had children who couldn't hold spoon to feed themselves. We had children who didn't know how to tie shoes lace, just to do many of these things. And when we see these results, we understand. So I won't belabor the challenges. We all know what the challenges are. Probably just want to highlight the medical, because the medical is one that we have not touched. So many of our children in the program, in the pilot, they would have missed school for extended periods of time because of medical challenges. So even today, this morning, I got 3 cancellations because 3 different families, the children fell ill, and 2 had to be rushed to the hospital. So we have different things that we're working through on the project, and despite children missing school, we're still seeing progress, all right? Then we talk about the literacy. We've been working with many of the parents to understand what's happening. Dr. Hoyt and his team, they've been excellent at just bringing down that high neuropsychology, neuroplasticity language to a level that's easily understood. And we have been working through parent mentors to assist parents in strengthening the family structures. We speak about the support system. What exhaust them, so I speak about government a little. So through this project, we have assisted some parents in just going through the process to register the children with JCPD, something, because sometimes the parents just don't have the time, don't understand, don't know where to go. And we have been the source of information for many, many parents just to remove the frustration. Because truthfully, if you are a Jamaican and you try to do any service and you get frustrated, you're not a real Jamaican. Yeah. So we have, I remember going down to Ministry of Labor and just doing a whole process, take the birth certificate, just doing everything, because we have a parent, a taxi driver, is like, you know, taxi driver go to Jamaica, you don't have time to go sit down all day to do one process, right? And we have done a lot of these. There are some things that needs to be addressed. Unfortunately, it's quite unfortunate, the project does not have the scope to deal with many of these challenges. We talk about, you know, providing certain type of support, and we don't have even the social structures in the country to address some of these challenges, all right? But what we've learned, the families that have, they are involved in a church, social club, we see that holistic approach, how it has really helped the child, all right? And that's basically it. See, told you. So we are at the 2 o'clock mark, we're going for lunch, we're coming back quick, and just wrap up. And if we can leave here by 3:15, that's my target, all right? So we're coming back at, say, 2:40. Can we do that? Well, we're gonna be eating right here, so maybe I'll just we just continue while they come back with the food and we just wrap up, all right? So please, for the parents, just don't leave. Get the food, come back. I'm going to be right here waiting for you to come back. Myself and Dr. Hoyt, we'll eat afterwards, and we'll just wrap up, all right? Sounds good? Is that a plan? Yeah. Let's do this. You've been awesome all day, all right?
we will be riding and whistling. All right? Don't worry. No, because we have not given the forks and the knife the microphone, so that's fine. All right? Enjoy your lunch. I'm going to invite Dr. Hoyt to wrap up. Have some closing, and then I will wrap up, and then we'll be on our merry way. I know some of you may want to talk to him afterwards, but we're really on a tight schedule, so he has a flight in how many hours?
3 hours.
3 hours. He's an expert at that, Dr. Wilson Scott. He's an expert at that. All right? So, at this time, Dr. Hoyt, over to you.
Thank you, Cordia, and thank you to everyone who presented. Thank you to my colleague, Dr. Wright, who comes with energy for days. And I'm really happy that I got to speak before her, because had she done that and then I got up here and spoke like this, it would have not been the same. So I appreciate your energy, Dr. Wright. To one of our colleagues, Dr. Michelle Meredith, who is based here at the MICO in Jamaica. She couldn't be with us today, but she is a major part of everything that we've done. She has brought so much to this project. Being based in Jamaica, being Jamaican as well, she has provided just a ton of insights into families, into children, and her expertise in special education and working with children with developmental disabilities has really served as an excellent piece to this puzzle. And so I would be remiss without bringing up her name and thanking Dr. Michelle Meredith for all of the work that she's put in. She's written some beautifully eloquent documents that support some of the work that we've done, and she's going to continue finishing out this project with us. So thank you, Dr. Meredith, for all of your help. As you eat and digest your food, I think, it's really important to keep in mind that every single small step that we make forward, no matter how seemingly insignificant or how seemingly small it might be, can potentially have an immeasurable value on a child's life. Like, we're talking in the stories that were shared today, in little tidbits here and there from many different people, the things that you're hearing are life-changing. There are things that can completely change the trajectory of a child's life. And so I think it's really important to keep that in mind and to really use that as your motivation to keep going. And I say that you, meaning the parents, the families, the parent mentors, the teachers who came yesterday and who may be listening from the online stream, but it's really important to keep this thing going. I think the things that I heard today, I was getting emotional just listening to some of the stories that I heard. And to be honest, this is why I do what I do, and this is why I wanted to be a part of this project. I'm really excited to hear more and to hear the continued progress that your children are making. So where does this leave us now, right? Right now, we're tying up loose ends, we're wrapping things up, we're collecting the data that we need to collect. As Cordia mentioned earlier, we're going to be considering the process for scaling up and what that would look like and how that would work, considering that the project will officially be over. What would a scale up look like, and how would we be able to get this program to more children on the island of Jamaica? And then finally, and very importantly, the idea of publications. And why do I say publications? Well, we don't want these stories and the outcomes of this program just to reside here in Kingston. We need the entire Caribbean, and the entire world to hear some of these stories and see some of the things that have been done. And one of the reasons why you want to do that is because that's how you get international funding. And the goal would be to continue, and I will always be there to support, the continued efforts to find funding to support these things. And so these things, as Cordia mentioned, are quite expensive, and it's important to establish partners that are interested in funding these sort of opportunities. And I think just hearing this, and once we're able to put a neat bow on it at the end with some of these publications and write-ups, I think there will be people who will be willing to donate and fund some of these opportunities to continue the progress. Right now, we're sort of in the data mode. And the data mode, as Ms. Chambers mentioned, is the idea of taking all the data that she's been collecting, all the data that the teachers have entered, then the data that the parent mentors have given, and really taking that, breaking it down, looking at it closely, also looking at the qualitative data, not just the numbers and the quantitative data, but the stories, and putting those into sort of numbers as well, and looking at what the final outcomes are, really honing in on what worked best, right? This was a very big intervention that involved many different people. Dr. Wright, my colleague, showed me a paper where she tallied up over 250 people were involved, including parents, teachers, parent mentors. This was a Herculean message, a Herculean effort put forward by the masses. And so it's important to sort of say, what can we do to really take the things that were most beneficial and use those things going forward? What needs to be tweaked, and in exactly what way do we need to tweak it to make sure that going forward, we get rid of the things that may have been unnecessary, and that we really focus in on the things that were best suited to the children who participated. We'll be using your feedback, your honest, true feedback from you, from the parent mentors, from the parents, the teachers. All of that plays a major role. And one of the things that we talked about quite a bit yesterday was this sort of final manual and documentation. And when we were brought in to consult on this project, the goal at the very beginning was to sort of finish it with a manual that could be left in the hands of individuals here who would be able to then see the project forward when the resources become available. And that is sort of how it's done, what can be done to implement it, what are the resources and tools that you need, what are the strategies that were used, and how do you implement them. All of those things will be put into a manual that will be here and that will be open for use here on the island by JAID, and the goal is to scale that up. One of the things that we're also doing is identifying teachers who, and I mentioned this briefly earlier, but identifying teachers who, and not only teachers, but principals and vice principals, who are going to be prepared to train future teachers and future participants to lead these efforts going forward, so that it doesn't just stop after this project is over, that there are people who have the knowledge and abilities and capability to teach and lead this project in the future. We spoke today about some of the challenges, and all of those things were really great to hear as well. As much as I like to hear the success stories, I do like to hear the challenges, because those challenges are real. And as Cordia mentioned earlier, every challenge has a solution, but until you identify the challenge and look it in the eyes, sometimes you don't have the appropriate solution. And so the challenges that we heard, some of them we've come up with solutions already. Others of those need additional solutions and additional support, and things that we will talk about in the manual. And as this project continues to scale up, although the project may be officially over, myself and my colleagues will always be available to support JAID in their efforts, right? So it's not like we just disappear and go away and say, okay, well, we're going back to New York, that's it. It's been nice, Jamaica. It's not like that. My goal is to eventually come back down here and continue to do more work. I've really just been appreciative of how open all of you were to having us come in and embrace something that is novel and something new. And many of the faces that I see today, I remember meeting you, it was just after the global pandemic. We were in the JAID facility wearing masks and sanitizing, and I would shake your hand, and then after you left, and I would be spraying Lysol and wiping my hands off. And so we've come a long way. And to hear some of the success stories of those students, it makes my heart feel really full. And I really, look forward to potentially working with you again in the future. So this is not necessarily the end. It's the end of the project, but it is not necessarily the end, because I'm still very interested in supporting all of the families down here in Jamaica who were participating in our study. Again, we do want to publish our work. And what we publish depends a little bit on what the findings give us. And so once we analyze all the data and break down the data, the things that are most interesting and most fascinating, we will be writing about. And when we write about things, it's obviously open for everyone to read and to see some of the things that we have talked about, the idea of breathing and how breathing impacts the developing brain and how it prepares them for learning and alleviates anxiety and stress. All of those things, we'll be able to get some data about that. We'll get a lot of useful information about culturally responsive interventions, right? As someone who works with children with a variety of ability levels, one of the things that you see is that the vast majority of interventions don't account for cultural differences in young children. And so the information that we're getting from this particular intervention will help inform some of that research, hopefully, so that down the line, when interventions are being developed around the world, they will take what little bit we can give them from this project and use that to support their culturally responsive interventions. Again, just to reiterate, this has not been done. One of the things Dr. Wright she writes me a lot of notes. So even when she's not up here performing, she's still engaged, and she's passing me notes, and she's saying, I've not seen this before. Right? We could not do this in New York, right? This has not been done before, where we have such interaction with all three levels, the teachers in the schools, the parent mentors, and the parents all together, all sharing information. A few of the things I heard was that, parents want a resource that they can bounce ideas off of one another, that they can say, well, this worked for me, this didn't work for me, this is what I do, this is what I do. Just having that outlet and that ability to do that in an environment such as this, I think is something that you haven't seen. And then just classroom best practices, things that can be done in the classroom. I know the teachers learned a lot from participating in this study. I think they will take a lot away from this. And so just having best practices published that can be used not only here in Jamaica, but all over the world, and then recommendations for future work. And the way my mind works, and when I was passing my note back to Dr. Wright, one of the things I said two things. I said, one, we have to write a book, and two, we have to apply for some more funding to sort of push this project forward. And we're always looking to progress. And as a researcher, one of the things that you do, the work is never done, because even when you research something and get some answers, then you have more questions. And then you keep going, and that's sort of how this thing works. And so we're already beginning to think about ways to get funding to push this project forward, both in Jamaica and beyond. The last few things, because Cordia said I have 5 minutes, and I think I went over that, but it's okay. I checked into my flight already from the table, so I'm good. I just wanted to briefly address, throughout the day, I've been taking notes myself. There were a few things that came up from parents, and I just wanted to briefly address them up here. One of the notes I had was regarding positive reinforcement, and just really the idea of dopamine being released with positive reinforcement. It can't be stated any louder. It's really important. And so as parents, you want to constantly give your children positive reinforcement. Positive reinforcement, positive reinforcement. And while sometimes you may need to use some sort of punishment or some sort of negative reinforcement, the goal is to always use positive reinforcement to get the result that you want. One of the things that I also wrote down was the example of the child that only wants to talk about food. And I thought that was a great example. And that was one of my favorite examples, because one of the things that we wanted to implement in this study, and that I always tell parents and families and teachers, is that you really want to use that interest. And some children are just super focused about certain things. And it may not be food. It may be It may be a bus, or it may be a particular toy. Or in one of the examples that one of the parents gave me when we were initially doing the assessments was that their child was obsessed with the garbage can in the house, and that's all they wanted to play with, right? And so I like to take those opportunities to say, okay, if a child is intensely focused on something and seems to have a very limited interest in that area, that's okay. Let's use that. Yes, let's teach from that. So if you're interested in food, great. Now you're gonna have to learn how to spell it. You're gonna have to learn how to say it in a sentence. You're gonna have to learn how many of them there are. You're gonna have to learn about calories. You're gonna have to learn about everything pertaining to the food. And if you want it, you're gonna have to start giving me more. So maybe you're giving me single words right now, and as Dr. Wright sort of brought up, now you wanna give me more. I'm gonna need a full sentence. You wanna get that, that chip? I'm gonna need a full sentence, I want the chip, right? And we're gonna work at that, and it may be incremental changes. It may not be the full thing right away, but we're gonna use that area of interest. And so sometimes parents and families are frustrated because they say, well, this is all my child wants to talk about, or this is all they wanna do. That's okay. Use that to teach them, and use that to learn, and use that to motivate them. I wanted to commend the parents. Several of you mentioned that you had to do your own research, and just pat yourselves on the back, because I think part of that is why you're here. And never accept an answer from someone that you're uncomfortable with. In this whole process, you have to trust your gut. You're a parent. You have to trust. And another parent came up and said, well, Dr. Hoyt, we want to see, the before and after, but it doesn't really matter because I'm the parent and I know that regardless of they may be low functioning then and they may be low functioning now, I see the progress within that category. And so it's important for you to do your own research and for you to really be in tune with your child. So I commend you all for doing your research. I mean, understanding that my child probably has cerebral palsy from someone who doesn't know anything about cerebral palsy is extremely commendable. And that's not the only story. I've gotten a ton of stories from parents involved in the study where they did their own research that led them to findings and understanding about things that the people they were speaking to didn't know anything about. And so continue to do that, continue to expand your knowledge base, because at some point you might be a parent mentor in one of these projects. And then the last note that I really had on this was the idea of focusing on communication. One of the things that were not explicitly addressed in this study was getting a child who is nonverbal to become verbal, right? And I know that for many parents, and it was brought up here on one of the panels, that oftentimes that's the first thing that comes about. Well, my child is not speaking, or they're not communicating where I would like them to. What I'll say to that is that you want to make sure that you don't give your child a glass ceiling. Meaning, just because your child doesn't speak doesn't mean that they cannot communicate. Sometimes you have to be creative in the ways in which you allow them to communicate. And so I say that because now maybe about 12 or 13 years ago, I published a paper, and the paper was entitled Teaching Nonverbal Children with Autism to Read and Write. And what we found is that there were a group of children, and they were about 9 years old. There was a small study of about 10 children, and they were children diagnosed with autism who were unable to speak. They didn't speak. They didn't have more than 1 or 2 words in the vocabulary. But in that intervention over the course of 9 months, what we found was that we were able to teach them to type on a laptop, to communicate language. And by the end of it, and so my participation in the study, I was sort of new in my career, so I came in at the beginning and did the assessment. Then I had interventionists who did the intervention over 9 months, and then I came back at the end. And the story that I have and that I always share is there was one young man, he was 9 years old. I went to assess him. He couldn't communicate. We couldn't really do much of the assessment because he had no communication skills at all. He could understand me, but he couldn't really give me anything back. When I came back 9 months later, after he had been taught to use the laptop, to type in some basic language, it got to the point where I gave him the whole assessment online. He responded. He was typing all of his answers. And for one item, he didn't remember. I showed him a picture, and the picture had all of these different things in it, and then I gave him a question to respond, well, what did you see? And there were specific questions about the picture, and he had forgotten. But in this communication, I don't remember what the joke was, but he typed a joke. And then he looked at me and laughed, and I read it, and then I laughed, and it was a joke, and we went from not being able to have any communication, and society would look at this young man and say, well, he can't communicate, he can't speak, there's no way, like, that's it. And what we really showed is that although he still was not speaking, and that still may be the ultimate goal, it's not the only way to address communication. And so I just say all of that to encourage you to continue to get your children to communicate, because even if you feel like you've reached a ceiling and they're not growing in that area, it doesn't mean that they're not learning, and it doesn't mean that they don't have stuff to say to you. So whether it's teaching them to draw, whether it's teaching them to type, whether it's teaching them sign language, whether it's teaching them all sorts of things, continue to push them in that area of communication. And that is all I have for you. Like I said, I'm really grateful to all of the funders, the Japan Fund, the IBD, JAID, every single person here, everyone involved. I'm really appreciative, and it's been a complete pleasure to come. This is now like my 5th trip to Jamaica for this project. I've had a great time every single time. So thank you all very much, and I'm very appreciative.
What can I say after Dr. Hoyt leaves the stage, leaves the platform? Let's go home, don't? We've had a very informative, interesting, interactive day, and I know many of you have a lot of questions, what next, etc. But if you have not taken anything from today, I want you to take one thing, that despite the level that your child is at, the intervention that is being implemented can be scaled up at your own level. And as he gave the example, if your child is interested in food, build on food. One of the things that I hear a lot of parents come to me with, when I get some new app, this too easy for my pitney, this too easy, that too easy. The mindset around it that I want you to leave with is whatever your child has mastered, try to find some creative ways to build on it, right? I have 2 sons. One is 4, one is 15. The one who is 4 is learning about plants and leaves and stem and root and flower. And I showed the 15-year-old that, you see, it won't learn the same thing, but at different levels. You understand? So the same thing, you take it and you build on it. All right? Now, Dr. Hoyt spoke about the speech. We are in the process of onboarding a speech therapist. We are taking a particular approach, so you'll be hearing more about that come February when the firm comes on. So we have looked at a number of things. We have done a lot of assessments already, but in every practice, each practitioner has to do their own assessment. So what this firm will be doing is also looking at some of the assessments that Dr. Hoyt has conducted already, and then to build on that. So we are moving ahead with that, all right? Now, in May, so Dr. Hoyt has been here 5 times. There's only one more opportunity for him under this project, a 6th time, because in May, thereabout, we want to have a bigger session to bring together the teachers, join the teachers with you, and to present some of the findings from the pilot, right? So we'll be combing data, going through data for the next couple of months and pulling together, doing all the analyses, etc. So that's what's happening. In the meantime, you will still have the parent mentors on providing some support, all right? So the thing about it is that in terms of the level of engagement from Dr. Hoyt and his team, you won't have that level of interface because they'll be working in the background to do the analyses, right? But we'll still maintain the groups, we'll still be in touch with the teachers, and we'll still be doing a number of things, all right? So with that, I'm not leaving out anything. We have discussed everything. With that, I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you more for staying, all right? I'm going to invite Mrs. Tina Wilson-Davis to just give the vote of thanks. After she gives the vote of thanks, I'm going to ask the parents not to leave. We have a little treat for you. So, but after the vote of thanks, that's the end of the program, all right?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I will just, on behalf of everyone here, I would just like to say thank you to IDB, JAID, Japan Fund for poverty reduction. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Ken Hyatt and his colleagues, parents, mentors, teachers, parents, and last but not least, our children who have been so receptive to the program. So we should all be very proud of them. Thank you all and have a good evening.